feeling really good. Good to be back in Wijk and Zee, of course.
It's a special tournament and I'm happy to play here.
They are the best players in the world. I'm ready to go.
It's the youngest field ever. I'm the oldest participant for the first time.
Very strong and very young.
But I guess it also opens up quite a bit of opportunities if you play well.
A lot of tough fights with the other top grandmasters.
I've been here like 8 years ago in the challenger sections. Just very nice to once get a chance to play in the Masters.
It can be physically tiring when you play the game 6 hours every day.
So many young people. I mean, you have Yagis Khan, who is 14 years old. Really crazy.
I'm very excited and happy. Any tournament I play, winning is the goal.
You have to be sharp at the board.
And ready to fight.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Round of the Tata Steel Chess, 2 leaders in the Masters, 1 in the Challengers, but everything is balanced on a knife edge. This is the day where potentially control can vanish, chaos can suddenly creep in, and the picture can shift in a moment. I am your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and I'm here with the brilliant Jan Gustafsson, our Grandmaster Extraordinaire, and we are broadcasting live from the Café des Zorn. Well, one of the best bars, cafes in Wijk with our fabulous audience. Give us a cheer, yay! Bring in the vibe, as always.
It's the weekend, 2 games left, and we have some big ones. The Uzbek boys are having a grip on the tournament, hasn't been going well for the Indians, but Jorden van Foreest is up there, still has a chance. Matthias Bluebaum is up there. Who's going to win the whole thing?
Well, that is the question. I mean, we have some players, some with stronger chances than others, but let's remind ourselves of what went down yesterday, because as always, we expect a decisive day, and the Masters and the Challengers delivered. It seems like 4 wins is what we've come to expect, Jan.
4 out of 7, that is more than 50% according to my math. Do we have an overall statistic? This looked like a very violent year in Wijk. Vincent Keimer has 1 draw total out of however many, 11 games.
Yeah, 5
so
wins.
So much action.
4 losses. I mean, you mentioned action, and that's exactly what we are seeing shape. Let's take a look at the standings. Going into round 11, and well, the big news yesterday was Sindarov's win against Erigaisi meant that he has caught up Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and we're seeing, as Jan mentioned, an Uzbek 2-way tie for first place. But there are still players in contention. Jorden van Foreest, Matthias Bluebaum, Hans Niemann, maybe even Vincent Keimer has an outside chance.
1 point is a lot leapfrog in 2 rounds, but Vincent winning back-to-back against Erigaisi and Pragnanda must be feeling good. In the second half of the scoreboard, people, I don't know, Anish had a very rough start to the tournament, but he is back to 50%. So after his win yesterday, he will feel a bit better. What do you think? Is our friend Yas Erdemush, the 14-year-old, is he collapsing a bit? He had such a good start, but now it's going down.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming up against very experienced players, people who understand what it's like being a 14-year-old or wonder kid. But I'm still expecting Yaz, you know, to be inspired by his surroundings, by the fact that he is playing in one of the most elite events of the year. So anything can happen. And in the challenges, there is a lot to play for. Because yesterday, again, another bloody day on the board.
Elena Ruber's not doing great. 1 point out of 11, lost again to Carissa Yip, but the fight for the top is still very, very open. Vasily Ivanchuk, half a point behind our leader, Andy Woodward, who cemented his position by defeating Marc-Andrea Maurizi. Are you rooting for Ivanchuk to show these kids?
Well, that is the question. Age against experience. Andy Woodward, just 15 years old. They're out in front with 8.5 points. Vasily Ivanchuk, just 56 years young, I'm going to say, and doing fantastically, 8 points. And then 20-year-old Aydin Sulamanli. But again, don't discount Marc-Andrea Maurizi, who will be facing off against Aydin Sulamanli later on today. Age against experience. I kind of with you. A part of me has grown up with Ivanchuk, and I do hope that we see a fantastic finish from him.
Always these politically phrased answers. Are you rooting for him to win or not?
Can I deflect? Can I ask our audience?
I'm team Andy Woodward. Let's win the thing, Andy.
Are we team Woodward or are we team Ivanchuk? Ivanchuk comes the response.
It's just name recognition. How can poor Andy compete at 15?
Yeah, well, he's a legend. Both candidates. And of course, you know, still many other players in the mix. But Andy Woodward, as you mentioned, and Ivanchuk, they are doing some fantastic performances. And, you know, Wijk it's a historical event. This is now the 88th edition. So it's kind of interesting to see who has done traditionally well in this event, Nodirbek being one of them, and who's done badly. Let's take a look at these graphics. So the most rating points won in the Tata Steel Masters. Please bear in mind that these are based over a period of time. So you can see Anish Giri's played a lot of events here, and he's doing very well.
Jeroen Piquet cashing in, 118 points. Jorden also. Looks like the Dutch guys, they're doing well at home.
They're doing very well at home. And Nodirbek as well.
Nodirbek feels at home here, and notably, Vishianan showing that not every Indian has to play badly in Wijk. 88 points. Vishy, of course, won this event many times.
Yeah, he's collected.
No Pragnanda, no no Erigaisi, no Gukesh on that list.
Yes, no, none of those names, but there are some names like Nodirbek. He's collected a lot of points. Let's take a look at the other end of the spectrum. The most rating points lost.
Ivan, but he beat Kasparov, still lost 100 points.
Yeah, he had a very famous interview where he said that after a tragic loss, that if he survived the night, he would live to 1,000 years or something like that. And Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, we kind of hit the nail on the head. This is not his event. And you can see, over the years, he's lost 70 rating points here.
And he just needed 37 games, so he's losing like 2 points per game. Oof.
Yeah, not great.
Imagine where Arjun would be without Wijk.
Yeah, imagine. He might be at the very top of our rating list, but...
What's also interesting, most Dutch players doing very well here. A certain Luc van Vely,
And Ivan Sokolov, also Dutch.
Very true.
Yes. So, let's...
Fabi is not back either.
And just to remind everyone that if you enjoy watching, how about playing some chess? It's today. It's happening today. There's an online Blitz tournament arena where you can win a signed Tata Steel Masters chessboard. So it's signed by all of the players playing in the Masters. And, of course, there are other prizes. But it's happening right now, 3 p.m. Central European time.
Are we telling people to leave the show and go play Blitz? Stay. Who needs a chessboard?
Do both. You can play on your phone as well. And looking at the pairings for our penultimate round, here we go.
Oof. The big one is Nodirbek up to Satorov against Matthias Blühbaum. Blühbaum having a great tournament, only half a point behind the leader. Then Vincent Keimer looks to continue a streak against Tai-Dai Van, who hasn't had a great event. Anish Giri will also look for his last chance to join the top ranks. Sindarov against Pragnananda, another very important game.
Very important because Prag, well, will he bounce back from his loss yesterday? He is the defending champion. He will not be the champion this year. Let's quickly take a look at the challenges and then let's go and see what the action is like on the floor. So in the challenges, okay, some big names. Marc-Andrea Maurizi, as mentioned, facing off against Aydin Suleimani. Andy Woodward leading the tournament. He plays Velimir Ivic, and Vasil Ivanchuk, the oldest participant, plays the youngest one.
Have to keep an eye on that one. Very curious. If Ivanchuk will spend time on the board, if he will keep walking. Also, if Oro does this trick where he makes himself 2 meters tall to scare the legend, that is a big, big encounter.
And let's go straight to Fiona.
Hello and welcome also on my behalf here from the Morian. It's already the final weekend and I'm here with Dirk-Jan ten Goitsendam. Every time I say your name, Dirk-Jan, I hope I did an okay job.
It was very good. You did very well, very well.
Thank you. You don't need much introduction. You know, you've been the face of New in chess. You've seen all the tournaments. This one is on your home turf in the Netherlands.
Absolutely.
What makes this event so special in your opinion?
I think it's the mix of professional chess and amateur chess, the way they come together in a very easy manner. People mix easily in Wijk and Zee. And I think that makes it unique. The number of people who play here is just amazing. And well, to begin with, obviously, we have this very strong tournament with so many people from the world top.
And this tournament with so many people from the world top this year, it has been, I think every year is an exciting tournament here, but this year something was in the water, right? Did you feel that as well following the game?
It seems like they're vying for some unpredictability prize. We've seen some of the stars having great games, having lousy games. So, I mean, I'm looking at the pairings of today and you think, oh, and then I think, no, this year everything is different. You cannot predict anything. So that's a good thing.
Which pairing are you especially looking forward to today? Is there anything?
Well, Blühbaum and Abdusatorov, obviously. I think Matthias Blühbaum has been impressive. I mean, he's trying to live up to expectations that maybe are not even reasonable, but he's a candidate now. Yeah. And I think he's doing very well.
And let's talk about the challengers for a second. One of the players, I don't see him right now, but he was, I think, the first in the playing hall is Vasil Ivanchuk.
Vasil, he's a very special story. And I think he, well, pardon me for saying, but I think he likes beating youngsters. And he also likes beating women. So he has this, well, and in the old days he loved beating Kasparov.
Yes.
And so I think he's all set to give Faustino Oro a tough afternoon. And well, it's just great that he's still around.
For sure, and I mean, he is in for a chance. Imagine what it would be like to see him in the match.
If he comes back. Yeah, let him come back.
Well, Dirk-Jan, thank you so much.
Well, we're all going to have a lot of fun, so enjoy the afternoon as well.
I think it's going to be a good weekend.
It's going to be good.
Thank you, Dirk-Jan, and we're going to let you get to your, well, take some photos. And I think what we're going to do today is we will take a little poll with our audience and see who do they think is going to win the Masters. Let's start over here with Kevin. Kevin, who is going, hello Kevin, who is going to win the Masters this year?
Well, Abdusatorov came very close a lot of times. Also from all the players now he has the highest performance rating as well. So I think this year it's going to be him.
And Kevin, well, I just grabbed you. I was going to do a little prediction. Kevin and Sophie. Sophie is right there. Well, you do our social media channels. You're one of the people who work in the shadows. You know, you take care of all the social media, the YouTube. What, to you, was there some special thing that happened this year? You've been on the team for a few years. What was different this year, maybe?
Yeah, you say that I work in the shadows mostly. That's why I try to stay in the shadows also mostly. But
Sorry for exposing you.
it's not always possible for me to stay there. But for me, yeah, the excitement this year, yet again, is just extraordinary. There are so many upsets. And
so many youngsters as well.
Youngsters as well, the youngest tournament ever. And also, yeah, for me, what stands out is that Abdu is yet again at the top for the whole tournament already. But his fellow countryman is on his heels.
Chasing him.
He's chasing him. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to a very nice ending of the tournament.
It's going to be a big weekend. I think everyone here, we can see we have a big crowd. The players are arriving. Thank you so much, Kevin. And again, I just want to give a shout out to our entire team that is working so hard behind the scenes to bring you all the content. So let's do a quick... I'm going to do a quick poll. I'm going to ask everyone to predict who is going to win the Masters tournament, if that's okay. And I'll start right here. Who is going to win the Masters?
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek?
Vincent Keimer.
Vincent Keimer?
Keimer.
Keimer. I see some chess fans from Germany, maybe?
I think Abdu Satorov.
Abdu Satorov.
Bluebaum.
Bluebaum.
Sindarov.
Sindarov. Okay, we're getting a lot of names.
Foster.
Who? Who did we have here? Jorden? No. Arjun? Jorden.
Forest.
Van Forest.
Yeah, we think Van Forest.
Van Forest.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
are you local fans?
Yes, of course.
Rooting for Jorden.
For the Dutch star, yes.
Well, have fun. And over here?
It's Bluebaum.
Bluebaum, you think is going to win it. Are you from Germany or are you just...
From German.
You're from Germany, okay. I see the local fans have
I am the father, I'm also Matthias and for Vincent, yes.
Okay, and here?
Bluebaum.
Bluebaum. Okay, we're getting a lot of Bluebaum. Who do you think is going to win the Masters this year?
I think Abdu Satorov.
Satorov?
Yeah.
Keimer, by the way, just arrived, and Bluebaum, so the two Germans are in the house. Let's finish the row over here. I just asked you, right? Who's going to win the tournament?
Ik weet niet wat je bedoelt, maar je staat in mijn beeld.
I don't speak Dutch, unfortunately, so who is going to win the Masters?
I think Sindarov.
Sindarov?
Gukesh, because he has a lot of experience, and when he was 9, I remember him saying he would become the youngest world champion, and he achieved his goal.
Right?
He's already there.
Wow. He is here. Are you excited to see him play? Gonna let him. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the same. Yes.
Gukesh?
Yeah.
Rooting for Jorden.
For Jorden, okay. And the last, who's gonna win the Masters?
I'm rooting for Hans Niemann.
For Hans Niemann. First Hans shout.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Just here to enjoy and see some good games. And here, well, I think...
I came from Turkey.
You came from Turkey just to see and to support, yeah?
Just support for Erdogan.
Incredible. Well, enjoy. And who do you think is going to win the Masters?
I don't know, but I am also for Yaz Khan.
For Yaz. Well, the Yaz fan club over here. The music is starting. It's time for the final weekend. It's a packed house. Let's go.
Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Het is vandaag zaterdag 31 januari en dat betekent dat we al bijna klaar zijn met dit toernooi. Today is Saturday 31 January and it means it's already almost the end of our event, but still we have 2 more exciting rounds to follow. Today the 12th round in the Masters and Challengers and the 8th round in the Amateur Groups, the 10 players all-play-all section. Also we have a rapid tournament in Hotel Hoge Duin, which is taking place now. Tomorrow, the last round starts at 12 o'clock. Morgen is de laatste ronde om 12 uur. Wees daarvan op de hoogte, alstublieft. Commentaar is, zoals altijd, door Jovanka Hauska en Jan Gustafsson in de zon. Geen telefoons gebruiken, alstublieft. No cell phones, please. Also not by the spectators. You know why. The gong will be hit by Jeet Banerjee. He is my colleague from Tata Steel Chess India Rapid and Blitz, Calcutta. After his hit on the gong, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
Well, the gong has been struck, hands have been shaken, and that means only one thing, that the games have begun. And we're seeing on a camera Vincent playing against Win, who sadly lost 3 games in a row. Vincent opening with the king's pawn, and Anish, our new chess model, I would say, getting his photograph taken by Leonard Utez. Well, he's awaiting the arrival of Aravind. The last time they played, it was actually Aravind who won. But in that situation, the colors were reversed, and Sindarov plays against Pragnananda. Sindarov coming fresh off yesterday's win against Erigaisi, and this is probably going to be our marquee matchup between Matthias Bluebaum and Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
Where's he going? We're starting.
Yeah, where is he?
Nodirbek also already spent a minute filling out the score sheet. It's not the best use of time, no? Can you do that? Probably just arrived. There we see Nodirbek Abdusatorov and Matthias Bluebaum. Matthias Bluebaum qualified for the candidates tournament that will take place in a couple months. Nodirbek Abdusatorov didn't, but ever since he didn't qualify, he's been on a tear. Did badly in the World Cup, then crushed the London Chess Classic, is it called? And is in the lead here. So on a big comeback trip, the Uzbek star.
Yes. It's like he's determined to prove that he is still the Uzbek #1. He was saying, well, you know, my title was under threat by Jabokir, but we're seeing c4, well, designed to avoid Matthias's Petrov, but e6 is the response. Matthias has quite a stable repertoire. He's not like changing around all the time.
Yeah, could be a good or a bad thing. He is new to this level, of course, so he's sticking to his guns. He will go e6 and d5 against d4. He also likes to put a pawn there. And it's worked well for him so far. Play the Petrov against e4, play these e6, d5 things. He did beat Vincent Keimer, his countryman, in a very nice game. In the Queen's Gambit decline, so he's probably feeling good about it. But he's spending a moment here trying to decide between d5 and knight f6. But there is d5.
There's d5 being played, and now for Nodirbek, what is he going to do?
d4.
D4.
You use this move order to avoid the Nimzo Indian. His point is, if black were to play knight f6 here, then you go pawn to e4, the so-called Mikenas attack, which is quite dangerous and you need to know a lot. While if you start with one d4, then black and Matthias can also do this. Could go for knight f6, c4, e6, and if you go knight c3, d5 will lead to the same position we have in the game, but there is the Nimzo. So the reason why Nodirbek starts with c4 is he wants to take the Nimzo Indian off the table and make sure he gets this. But now it's back to normal.
Yeah. I also did wonder whether he might throw in an e3, but okay, that didn't happen. Instead, we're back into the mainstream, and pawn takes pawn. So we're now in the fully fledged Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation. Where do you think the bishop will go?
g5.
G5. It's been very trendy somehow in these structures to put the bishop on f4. But
Not
that's
here,
been
though.
not here, but it's...
I mean, if they go bishop to e7, that's sort of another trendy line that Blue also plays. Then you can't put the bishop here for obvious reasons. Here you go bishop to f4, or c takes d, e takes d, and then bishop to f4. But in this pure Karlsbad, the whole point is that you go bishop to g5 as he played, and you put this construction under some pressure, threatening to take on f6 and then d5. Of course, that won't happen, but this has always been considered a little more pleasant for white. So black players have been a bit reluctant to go here. But recently, also making life simpler with black, because you can just do this against any d4, c4 openings. So it has a bit of a renaissance, and Bluebaum seems to be comfortable here.
Yeah, well, we'll see which defensive setup he's going to go for. What do you think? Do you think it's going to be the h6, rook e8 construction, or are we going to see something else?
Yeah, there's a lot of move order subtleties. Against Keimer, he played h6, bishop h4, castle, bishop d3, and rook to e8, which is a very particular line. He's not playing c6 yet, but he keeps the option of c5 in reserve, looking how white wants to arrange his pieces. That's the eternal question. If he's prepared this, is he willing to repeat and then face Nodirbek's preparation, or will he deviate, even risking to be slightly less well prepared? to not be shown what Nodirbek has in mind.
Well, he's a man of principle because we're seeing h6 being played.
Yeah, so
Yes,
far sticking to his guns.
Right. And now this is the moment where Nodirbek pauses. I think he's going to go bishop h4.
It is likely. You know, like sometimes even here bishop f4 is played or takes. You could also argue 4, but by far the most common move is bishop here. Gotta move that bishop.
Oh, you also got to leave the board once you know what
That
you're
is
doing.
a flex to get up after h6, which he already played, saying, you're out of book, take your time. No, that's not happening.
No, Nodirbek has been
Here.
exceptionally well prepared. So, Nodirbek in the co-lead with, or sharing the lead.
Didn't
with
go very far.
No, he didn't go very far with Vachier Sindarov. And I was kind of curious. I thought, you know, Fiona was asking the crowd who she thought was going to win the event, and I thought we should ask the same question. Who do we think is going to win? Although I suspect that they might be a little bit biased. Who thinks Nodirbek is going to win this event?
Just one. No,
Two. Okay. Who thinks Sindarov will win? Oh, wow. Okay, Sindarov with a lot of support. And who thinks Jorden will win?
Not a lot of belief in Jorden in these parts.
Who thinks Matthias Bluebaum will win? Okay, about 3 or 4, handful
Hans
of people.
Niemann, you're not even asking?
I'm getting there.
Okay,
Hans
okay.
Niemann. Hans,
No one.
No one thinks Hans is going to win.
No hands for Hans.
But a lot of support for Vachier. And in the challenges, we kind of established that everyone was gunning for, or nearly everyone was gunning for Ivanchuk.
But rooting for and thinking who's going to win is different. Woodward has more points.
Okay, I will put the question then. Who thinks that in the challenges, Andy Woodward, our 15-year-old teenage star, is going to win? Okay, you're right, Jan. I will eat my words. And who thinks Vasil Ivanchuk will win? Yeah, some support there for the legend. Okay, I love this. What do you think?
I believe in Andy. He's 15 years old, but he plays very mature chess. Has been on a crazy streak after losing his first game, and I think he's gonna do it. Also, it's nature, no? Like you want the 15-year-old. Of course, having Ivanchuk back in the Masters would be great, but to have the kids working their way through the ranks, winning the challengers, showing up in the Masters would also be tremendous. There we see Andy Woodward against Velimir Ivic, who is a very, very strong player, but hasn't had the greatest event. And feels like this is our game of the day in a way, no? Like Ivanchuk against Oro. I know it's the challengers, but it's so fun to watch these guys.
Yeah, definitely, because Ivanchuk, as Dirk Jan was saying, he's been running rings around the youngsters, doing very well. You know, yesterday he outwitted Suleimani, chose a very old variation of the Sicilian that was perhaps not so trendy. We'll see how this one gets on, but let's kind of go back to the Masters for the time being. And
right.
yeah, and maybe check in on
Jorden.
those people, yeah, in contention, yeah.
What's he playing? E4 is good, but then knight to c3. Normally people choose this knight to attack the pawn, prepare castles, but Jorden is going for the Vienna opening, a rare guest at these levels. Maybe thinking Arjun is excellent when he can spring his own surprise, so I might as well surprise him earlier on the second move and going his own way. Knight to c3, knight to c6, also slightly rare. Knight to f6, once again, much more common, but maybe Arjun was afraid. Some special fun for race prep by either Jorden or his brother Lucas, who's helping him here as his trainer. After knight f6, f4, went knight c6, which is also fine. Bishop out, knight out, pawn here. Now black is a choice, bishop here, or knight to a5, also very popular, trapping his bishop. But Arjun goes bishop to b4, and a rare move from Jorden. He plays bishop to d2. He likes his move, bishop d2, plays it on all kinds of openings. But it is very rare here. The most common move is knight to e2 or knight to f3. So he's trying very hard to get Arjun out of book, avoiding any of these Arjun surprises.
And he keeps delaying putting the knight on f3. So if black were to just a castle, is there any special point to this bishop to d2?
I'm assuming what he wants to do is to put the knight here, and then maybe keep f4 in reserve. But if you go knight e2 directly, this is theory. Now black goes d5.
Yeah.
Takes, knight takes, and frees his position, which is supposed to be fine for black. So I think Jordan's point is, if castles were to happen, that he will go here and he stopped d5 because he broke this pin.
Okay.
Some drawbacks, of course. It's a passive move. The bishop can't go here, and you also still allow this knight a5,
And
trapping the bishop.
And presumably you wouldn't be retreating that bishop from c4. You'll be just standing there and saying, if the trade happens, then let me get control over c5 or d5.
Yeah, the typical idea is just to ignore it and allow this. This looks very strange because he accepted double pawn and you give up the two bishops. But White is arguing that his grip over the center with these pawns compensates for that. The castles, you don't want anything special. You want a castle, put the knight here, go b3, h3, queen comes out. And it's sort of hard for black to break, get in d5. So it's it's an ambitious concept. It's not supposed to be better for White, but you're clearly looking for a fight, which he has to do in order to win the tournament.
And judging also from Arjun's clock time, not something expected as well, so he will be desperately in recall mode. Okay, very interesting start there from Jorden and Arjun. So let's go over to Sindarov, who is playing with the white pieces against Prag. And Prag, he's defending champion, but he's having a rocky time of it.
Yeah, he lost yesterday against Vincent Keimer. Can't catch any momentum. He won one game only against his countryman Aravind, but now he's back in a world of hurt. Goes for this a6 move, which we've seen before, trying to get a similar version of this Karlsbad structure is called, like we've seen in the Bluebaum game, but without allowing an early bishop to g5. Then again, of course, a6 not always useful in all positions, but something top players have started to play. We've seen Jorden van Forees play this against Sindarov as well. Jorden went c6 here, but Prag chooses knight to f6.
Yeah, well, this allows the bishop to come out to g5.
Yep, now the bishop comes. And now black's reasoning is, okay, I allowed bishop g5, but you had to put your knight here. While in the other main lines, sometimes the knight wants to go here. So they're trading subtleties, but it is all well-known stuff. Knight out, bishop out, and now Prag is going after this bishop with h6, g5, and knight to h5, trying to exchange it. Once again, at a cost, of course, he had to play g5, so he can't castle kingside easily. But that is black's point with his move order. And bishop to e5 played. If you take, which you can do, but then there is this move d takes e5, when the knight could end up being a little stranded. So instead, Pragnanda goes back to f6 and is saying, you know what, I'm having a bit of a rough time here. Would you like to repeat moves, make a draw, go home early?
And funnily enough, what we've seen is that when the player declines a repetition and tries to push for more, that tends to backfire on them. It only seems to be, yes, it happened to Vincent. Vincent refused the threefold repetition.
Yeah.
Prag yesterday refused to repeat the position with some checks. Well, that didn't go down very well.
I have a feeling Sindarov won't be too intimidated by that sample, and he will choose something else, but he's smiling, taking his time, thinking, ugh,
and
want to play some more moves, but might as well go home.
He's looking at his score sheet. He's doing that typical thing. You're like, should I go there? Should I not? I agree with you. I actually think that Sindarov might do something else. And checking the database, I can see that bishop g3 is the main move. h3 has been tried, also queen b3 and castles. But I think h3 is a little bit more logical. Queen a4 has also been tried, by the way.
Yeah, the problem is h3 makes sense, threatening, quote-unquote, bishop h2 to keep their bishop, but then black takes here, and now d takes e5 no longer makes sense because this knight goes away and black is just better. So after h3 you should take here with the knight, which is playable, but black does have the two bishops in a very stable structure. He doesn't need to castle. So I think black is doing quite all right here. c6, knight d7 or bishop d6. Therefore h3 looks quote-unquote normal, but it doesn't put much pressure. If you want something, you have to try one of these weird moves like queen b3 or even queen a4, pinning. But I'm not sure if Vachier is ready for that.
Yeah, talking about being ready, I mean, let's just look at Vachier. Is this someone who's decided that they're going to play on, or is he deciding about bishop to g3 and accepting that repetition?
He spent all this time dressing up, like to go home after 15 minutes. I feel like a waste.
Interesting enough, the black suit is gone. Now it's lighter colored.
But he really looks transformed from the World Cup, which wasn't too long ago. Looks like he invested the prize money in a new wardrobe, different haircut. Like he looks all different.
Yeah, he does look very suave. I mean, yesterday I think he looked very James Bond-like. Today, yeah, he looks like Geary. I was also thinking, the guy, the bad one from Austin Powers. Who? What's his name?
He looks like Dr. Evil?
No, just the suit. Just the suit. Doesn't he wear a grey suit?
I'm not sure, but Dr. Evil is bald.
No. The suit, not the hair.
No, I think he looks much more like a Bond villain than James Bond.
Yeah.
I expect you to die, Mr. Pragnananda. But is he gonna find a way?
Okay, well, let's try and find a way for him. Bishop g3, let's go back and say repeat once.
Black also goes back.
And now we do something different.
Yeah, you can deviate here. That's a little safer spot. Play whatever move, queen c2. And then you get this structure, which is a bit more promising for white than allowing black to take here. So even though we have the double pawns, h-pawns aren't full pawns, because they only control one square. Well, from here, you control two squares. So normally, having a choice, you want to get these double pawns if you want to continue. And then it's going to be a debate between the slightly weakened light squares in the black camp and the two bishops. People have played these positions, and black has been doing more or less all right. But it looks like Sindarov is not too familiar with this stuff, taking his time here.
Yeah, he's taking his time. He keeps shaking his head, which kind of indicates to me that, yeah, he's not happy with the situation. We see Anish there in the background and Vasil walking around.
Of course.
There's a competition going on between those two. Who can pace the most?
It's hard to beat Ivanchuk, but Anish always very well prepared. Normally he's the first to get up, take a little walk. Let's see how he did it this time.
Let's head there, actually, because it's looking pretty spicy, I know.
So Geary goes for the Nodirbek, which he's been playing very regularly recently. It is, especially against slightly lower rated opponent, very much his main opening. Trying not to play the Berlin or the Petrov or whatever, but making it a fight. And it's worked well for him. Pawn to a6, the Nodirbek, rook g1. Arvin's saying, I want a bit of action. Is this how you would play? Rook g1, h4, that's your style?
No, I wouldn't even play the first move.
All right.
I'm very much a d4, knight f3 person. What about you,
So all
Jan?
your talk about English school of chess and h4, it's just talk, yeah?
Jan.
Okay, just checking. No, I'm also not a big e4 specialist, of course. Tons of moves here.
Yeah.
I like to draw these arrows. All of those are theoretical main lines. What am I missing? Knight b3. So that's the drawback with the Nodirbek, that you have to be ready for so much stuff. But Anish, never been a lazy guy. He knows everything.
Right. But one of the reasons why I actually stay away from this type of position is because white doesn't build that solid foundation at the beginning.
What foundation is that?
Well, you just normally you stake out a center, you give yourself something very stable, and then you start having fun. Yeah, this is not stable. There's a half-open C line. You know, there's counters coming in, and you have to take risks, like where you're going to put the king. And I'm all for that. Yeah, this is always a little bit too double-edged for my liking. I always liked slow chess, and then fireworks.
All right.
But and this is what I mean. Like rook to G1. You know, there's no holds barred here because basically G4, G5 is a coming, and if it goes wrong, there's a lot of weak squares for white.
Should have told Aravind before the game. Now he's stuck there with all these weaknesses.
Well, we'll find out because if it goes right, he's going to have a winning position after 25 moves.
We shall see. G4 played here. I am assuming it's risky to take this pawn. Say knight takes. Knight d5. Going for some action, but yeah, it is not very stable. I'll have to give you that. If bishop takes, oh look at this, takes.
Check. And then
queen d7.
Oh no, that's a block, but it's not. Very nice.
Okay, none of this happened. Of course, Anish knows his stuff. Goes pawn to g6, saying let's play some sort of dragon where you played the very early rook g1, g4, g5 pushes the knight, and h6 and go for a walk. I don't know if h6 was his planned surprise. It is the first computer move, so not sure he can be sure. Aravind is out of book here, but Aravind is taking his time.
And I'm checking the database. It's definitely been played before. h4, the main move. It's kind of what you'd expect. And then after pawn takes g5, hg, the game kind of continues to bishop g7, queen d2, and it's that typical thing where white castles queenside and black just waits for the opportunity to strike.
I don't know if waiting will do, but I'm sure Anish has all the details figured out here. Knight e5.
Yeah, bishop e2.
Threatening some tricks. Bishop e2 covers that. And now there's probably some
Knight
g4
g4.
direct stuff here. Knight g4.
Bishop takes. And we're into the weeds here with f3, but this is...
Take.
Yep. So f3 being played.
Ah, but this is not the game, right?
No, this is not. This is a game in the database.
But yeah, here apparently black is fine. Knight takes d4 and some activity. So let's see if Aravind is not into details. It's dangerous against Anish. He does prepare extremely thoroughly.
Yeah.
Even though the position might fit Aravind stylistically, because he likes sharp stuff and activity. If your opponent knows everything, you won't enjoy it.
No, you are not going to be enjoying this if you are basically freestyling. Instead, you do need to know exactly what to do. And let's take a quick look at Hans Niemann against Gukesh.
All right.
Hans in contention for winning the title.
Yeah, this is more of a standard opening for a change. Good old Spanish. Castles, bishop e7, pawn to d3. We've seen this in the Keimer Erigaisi game, for example. Of course, Gukesh has become such a stronger theoretician with his World Championship match and all the work he put in there. Very hard to touch in the opening. This is one of the main lines, pawn to a4, bishop to b7. Typical choice for black. Do you go b4, you go rook b8, or you go bishop b7. Gukesh puts the bishop here. Rook to e1. Now the subtleties start where the main move is d6, but Gukesh decides to wait for a move with h6, maybe arguing that in some lines he can play a direct d5. I don't know if white plays slowly, h3, whatever. Knight d2, bishop f8, c3. such positions, you can think about going d5 in one go, which is also more in line with Gukesh's style. But Hans takes directly, which normally you don't want to release this tension so quickly. Makes black's life a little easier, but I'm assuming he has a point. Knight to c3, attacking the pawn.
Bishop comes out.
And bishop b4 played, pinning. Bishop d2 takes, once again, using that he has not played pawn to d6 yet, so the bishop could get rid of this knight. And Hans has a decision, I don't know, it looks like he's out of book. Bishop takes looks normal, but then black plays d6 and sort of blocks this thing, so maybe there is a case to be made for some strange move like b takes c.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, and then I guess you're going to back that up with knight h4, right, after bc3.
Yeah, keeping the bishop there, you have some attacking ideas maybe. Niemann taking his time, both moves look logical. But it looks like Gukesh is still in book, showing some more.
Which one would you do?
World champion
bc3 or bishop takes?
I'm a coward, so I would probably go bishop takes, because I don't think we're taking a lot of risk, not doubling the pawns and keeping the structure. But I think in order to make it a fight, b takes c, controlling these squares and leaving the bishop in attacking position is more ambitious.
And what do you think Hans will play?
I don't think Hans is a coward. He doesn't seem very shy to me, at least. So he could take with a pawn.
Yeah, I suspect that bc3, because if you go bishop takes, you have to perhaps use some time and with the bishop to drop it back to d2. And yeah, kind of bc3, I kind of like it.
He's thinking about it. Hans Niemann only half a point behind the leaders.
What do we think that Hans is going to play? bc3? Yep. Bishop. Any fans of bishop takes c3? No. Too slow for our audience. They're not as subtle as you.
Dutch school of chess. Whenever you can double your pawns, you do it.
Well, double Dutch. Yes, excellent. Exactly. Bishop is needed on d2 to eventually sacrifice itself on h6.
Yeah, could happen. But it is a riskier move, of course, because long term, these pawns are weak. It depends. If you can get an attack here, like Gukesh still knows what he's doing. Typically, this bishop comes back here to block the other guy. And I'm not sure if White has enough firepower. But it certainly would become a bit more exciting if Hans did that.
Yeah, and the pawn on c3 controls the circuit of the knight. That's always a nice positional element to the position. Okay, super interesting. Well, we have some suggestions. Queen f3 from the audience, and it's also there if you're feeling in a fighting mood.
No, for sure. It gives White more attacking chances, but also more risk. Probably Hans being half a point behind. He will be looking for. We shall find out.
Yeah, we will find out. Let's just revisit the game between Nodirbek Abdusatorov and Matthias Bluebound, because we kind of joined them in the opening stage. Let's see how things have developed. So, Rook e8, h6, they have been played, and Nodirbek, actually, you mentioned it earlier. 2025 was all about qualifying for the candidates. He didn't quite do that. And since he didn't qualify for the candidates, and that was very clear, he's actually started playing super well. So we actually asked him, how did it feel not qualifying for the candidates?
Well, I think I made a mistake, in the last few cycles of the World Championship. Because I played for results, not for myself, not for pure chess. I played just for a result, and I was so stressed and so focused on the result that I didn't pay attention to other things. So in the upcoming cycle, I want to change it, and I want to do it in a different way.
Which way?
Just to focus on my my game, my self psychology, just not playing for results, just playing for pure joy of the game. And I think in that way I want to achieve my goal.
Well, Nodirbek there saying he did some things wrong, focused a little bit too much on results. He's going to change all that in 2026. It seems to be working.
Yeah, that's the big contradiction, no? You're trying to avoid results-oriented thinking because you lose your joy, your creativity, but you're doing it in order to improve your results. So it's you have to trick yourself a little bit. But I understand what he's saying. If you're too focused on qualifying and winning rating and so on, you can lose your touch with the game. And right now, it looks like he's got it back.
Yeah. And obviously, Uzbekistan as a country is going through, it feels like a golden era in 2022. They won the Olympics, the Olympiad, and then Nodirbek just shot up the rankings. And then just now, Sindarov as well, qualifying to the candidates after winning the World Cup. Do you detect like some friendly rivalry between the players, or do you feel like it's, that they're just helping each other, like it's a nice community?
I think both can be true. All these guys are on good terms. As far as I know, they have other strong players. There's another Nodirbek, Yakuboyev. But of course, there has to be a rivalry, no? I mean, Sindarov now is, has won the World Cup. He's also going to play in the candidates. His rating is going up, sort of, putting pressure on Nodirbek up to Satorov's position as the top player. But rivalry can also be a good thing, no?
Yeah,
It'll be motivating the guys, and I don't think they're on bad terms. So
I'm going to put everyone on the spot here, including you, Jan. Do you think Nodirbek will be helping Sindarov at the candidates?
If he was, he wouldn't tell us, I guess. We asked him, but normally you don't say who works for whom at the candidates. So many details, but there's no obligation for top players to work for other top players, even if they're countrymen. Okay,
so Jan is saying, what is your final answer?
I'm saying no. I don't know, but
you don't know, but kind of leaning no. What about our audience? Do we think that Nodirbek is going to be helping Sindarov at the candidates? Yeah, there's some people nodding their heads. Who thinks no? No obligation. No. Well, look at this.
Here's the big reveal.
It is the big reveal.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a huge result for Uzbek chess. I will, I'll try to help him. I will try to do my best to help him with his results in candidates. So I would not say I'm completely free, but let's say it's gonna be less playing and more kind of preparing.
Wow, not a full confession, but I mean, yeah, surprisingly.
What did you make of it? I couldn't read it. It was like, to me, it was
I'm not sure what he's saying.
Yeah.
He will help, but he's not completely free, but he will be preparing.
I'm
not
there.
Sure. He's
there was some awkwardness. I didn't quite know whether it was
playing 5D chess.
Yeah. Very diplomatic.
I think he's just, he's a media pro. He's not helping him, but he, of course, has to say, of course I'll support him.
Okay. I kind of got that vibe as well, Jan. But on the board, these players are rivals, They're both competing for the top spots. Nodirbek has the white pieces. And let's dive in and see what progress has been made.
Yeah, so Bluebaum had this position against Keimer earlier in the tournament, where Keimer was a little surprised, went knight to f3, which is a sideline. But the principal move is knight to e2 here, keeping the option in the future to grab the center with f3 and e4. That's what Abdusatorov does. Of course, he's seen this game against Keimer, so not a surprise here. Bluebaum goes for pawn to c6 now, queen to c2. You can always argue, do you start with castles, you start with queen c2, some subtleties everywhere. Now black has a decision, knight bd7, h3. how you want to proceed. The typical ideas are knight to h5, trying to exchange his bishop, or do
A5.
quote-unquote nothing, like a5 and b5, this type of plan. There's also knight f8, and yeah, he goes knight f8, the old classical maneuver. Both sides sort of exchanging ideas here, but I guess queen c2 and h3, keeping the option of long castles, maybe surprised Bluebaum a little bit, because he started taking some time.
Yeah, well, so after bishop g3, you know, we see bishop to d6 being played, you know, White's plan of just slowly breaking out into the center.
Yeah, Black is typically happy to exchange these bishops, which might be strange, because this is his quote-unquote good bishop, but it gives him a little more space. And I actually would have expected Bluebaum to play bishop here directly, but he put the knight to e6 first, which I guess is fine, but I'm not quite sure what the knight is doing there. Castles, bishop d6, because now, yeah, you have to deal with moves like this, and if takes, d takes e. All of a sudden, there could be an attack looming, and Abdusatorov is thinking about it, so I would have preferred to go here to eliminate that option, and then you decide what you do with the knight later after exchanging the bishops.
Yeah.
No big deal, but all kinds of small subtleties here being exchanged.
Yeah, well, bishop to e5 looked very convincing, if you ask me. You know, then the bishop would be a thorn in Black's side, so you can't take it.
You can. I think that's what he's thinking about, if this position is good for him, or if it's a big strategic risk. But it looks like it's more risk for Black having to deal with this potential push. And how do you get the pieces out?
It looks very unpleasant to me.
Looks awkward, yeah. 'Cause White has time. He can just follow up behind this bishop and then go f4 when he needs to.
Yeah.
So maybe Bluebaum was a little careless with the move order, like putting the knight here first. I dislike.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll see bishop to e5. That looked very promising for White. At least it would ask Matthias some questions. We'll see whether Matthias and Nodirbek go in the direction that we were showing. But interesting enough, if we bring up the bird's eye view, we can see that Sindarov, I don't think, has yet made a decision in his game against Prague.
Now he is.
Oh, he has now. Okay.
And is he repeating moves?
Yes.
Sindarov saying draw is good today. Bluebaum's gonna do my bidding, beat Nodirbek. So he went back to g3, knight h5, and he went back to e5 again. But this is only the second repetition, or
No,
is
but
it?
he's writing something down on the score sheet.
Writing draws here. Bishop g3, is this 3 times? So let's count. First time they have this position. Second time. And now Prague is saying, I can put the knight here, and that would be the 3rd time, and a draw. Pragnanda, having a rough tournament, probably doesn't mind this with the black pieces, so he's calling the arbiter. Can you explain, how do you claim a draw in these situations?
It's actually more complicated than it appears. What you have to do is you have to write down the move that you intend to play, and then you stop the clocks, call over the arbiter, and say, I'm intending to play this move, and if that happens, then the position will have repeated 3 times. Yes, so he is banking, maybe on a beating win.
There's
tomorrow.
Outrage in the crowd. People can't believe Sindarov is not giving us a fight. But he is pragmatic, which you can be. He was surprised in the opening. He's in the shared lead.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of craziness that happens on Tata Steel. Let's face it. You know, the last rounds are famous for full of those unexpected results. I remember 2023 when Nodirbek was leading, and then he just lost to Jorden, and Anish won the event.
Yeah, still, it's a surprising decision. Like, I understand chess-wise, he didn't expect the line and didn't want to risk it. But you have your last white game, and you're fighting for tournament victory. Pragnanda is having a rough tournament. So to give him the draw there, yeah, it's a bit surprising, but understandable if he didn't know this opening.
Yep, understandable, but there was there were some grumblings from our audience there. Not a result that we particularly approve of, but understandable. Can we just look at the challenges whilst we can?
But only at Ivanchuk Oro.
Yeah, Ivanchuk Oro. We'll go there first.
Oh, this is a... Speaking of quick draws, isn't this another sort of theoretical draw? This is the Nimzo Indian. And Ivanchuk is saying, I'll play a line that was fashionable 20 years ago when
you were not
Mr.
born.
Oro was not around. So this is all well-known stuff and supposed to be very safe for black. I mean, the position doesn't look very safe, but the theory is very safe. D takes C, B takes C. You go for a quick queen b6, rook to c1, queen to b6, bishop takes. And very often this ends in some sort of perpetual or move repetition down the stretch as well, which I don't think Ivanchuk has in mind. He goes pawn to e3 first, but even after this, takes, black is not supposed to be in any serious danger after knight c6. But apparently he decided this is sort of a controlled position. My king is not that weak, and I can try to ask some questions.
Right, and you always have at the back of your hand that potential repetition. I can see that there's some, and there see the bishops come off, rook takes, and after king e2, you know, the rooks post up on the c line. Maybe Faustino's not going to be that comfortable.
Yeah, no, I've looked at this line many times because it's very safe line for white where you can try to put a bit of pressure, but the more you look, the less advantage you see. So Ivanchuk making a business decision here. He doesn't want any craziness against the kid, and this position is simplified enough that Faustino's tactic skill maybe won't work, and if he manages to stabilize and Faustino has to make some accurate moves to defend, he's thinking maybe. Well, yeah, some stuff like this. Rook d5, rook d1.
Knight. Okay, you take.
Yeah, it's not very much, but apparently he's thinking maybe he has some chances here because of these weakened pawns.
Yeah, okay, there's some chances. And also, Ivanchuk, he's barely used any time on the clock because this is old knowledge.
This is still, old theory, which is apparently a good recipe against
the
young talents.
Yes. Okay, so we'll see what happens. I also see that there's been many games in the database, most of them ending in draws, as you predicted. Maybe we can check in on Andy Woodward as he plays black against Velimir Ivic. And Andy, very ambitious player. He's opted for an aggressive response to e4.
Yeah, he's done this earlier in the tournament. This knight f6, bishop c5 looks like a system he's just come prepared with, very theoretical, because white has all these c3, d4s and it becomes very move-by-move business. Ivic also a great theoretician. Let's see who did their homework better. c3, b5, bishop b3. This is another big line, but not today. Bishop to b7. We've seen this in his game against Oro. I think they had the same position, but Fausti played a bit slowly and got in trouble. Ivic playing more aggressively, going d4, bishop to e3, knight to g4, and bishop to d5. This is a big comparing of notes. Both sides still know this. Queen c8, queen e2, castles. You grab the pawn, and the knight goes back. But yeah, this you can't come up with any of these moves if you haven't prepared them at home. Like the knight goes here, you hang the pawn. Now you don't take the bishop, but you go back. This just saying, my stockfish is as good as your stockfish. And Ivic tried to surprise Woodward, didn't manage, and he knows his stuff. And that normally means that eventually there will be some simplifications. Like I don't actually know this line, but
and I guess
I'm assuming
C4
all
will
of
be
this
met
stuff
with C6.
they still know, and then once the dust settles, it becomes sort of equal.
Yeah, it kind of becomes equal. The bishop on b7, queen on a8, that battery is very, very strong. So, yeah, black is active. Yeah.
Andy Woodward did his homework.
And talking about you, there you mentioned like about Stockfish. I mean, is everyone just using the same version? Is everyone kind of using the same processor? I mean, is there any kind of hidden engines that people are kind of go, well, here I'm going to use this particular engine in the endgame or opening, blah, blah.
No, that used to be more of a thing a couple of years ago with the rise of Alpha Zero and Lila Zero being the version you could use on your computer. And for a while it was a stylistic question. Lila was different than Stockfish, and you could get some ideas from it you couldn't get from Stockfish. But then now in Stockfish they also, I'm not a big specialist, but they also incorporated these NUE or whatever it's called things. So as far as I know, everybody switched back to just using the latest version of Stockfish, maybe having another engine run on the side, not for computer power, but just to get some slightly different moves. Some people like to run Lila, but Stockfish, whatever the latest version is, 17.1 or I don't know, is the default. And then the question is more, how much processing power do you have? I mean, it's not quite AI races in chess, but still it makes a difference if you're running Stockfish on your laptop or your home computer, or if you have what we call a remote engine, which you can either rent from ChessBase or Chessify or different places, or you can build your custom solution where you...
Was this what the players were doing before? You know, they were literally having servers in their basement.
Yeah, that's still a popular approach. The problem is you can't scale it as easily. You can buy however money you want to spend on it on a very strong desktop with a couple hundred CPUs or whatever and put it in your basement. But you can also just rent the calculating space from Google Cloud or Amazon Web Services or your favorite solution. So it doesn't make a giant difference, because even if you use Stockfish on Lichess or chess.com, it's not going to blunder things, but for quick opening preparation, especially these big events like candidates and World Championship matches, people spend some money on having whatever it is, 1 billion, 1 million kilo notes per second to get more depth more quickly.
Yes, well, okay. Well, we see the impact of computers and AI on chess these days. And actually, you know, I think it's actually favored us as humans, because we're constantly now looking at the most human approach. We're looking at sidelines, and we are not kind of going into those main lines which have been heavily analyzed. So we're seeing a lot less like these perfect draws.
No, the problem is if everybody plays the first computer move, the opponent will also do it, and you go and shake hands, so it's still a battle between human players trying to surprise each other. But even in these sidelines, the prepared side will have it backed up with heavy computer analysis, and there normally then you don't try to surprise anyone.
And talking about shake hands, incidentally, Prag made the exact same draw that he just did against Sindarov 2 weeks ago against Vidit in Tata Steel India.
Yeah, if you play this with black, of course, it's built in, and normally it's white's job to look for a way to fight. So normal business from Pragnanda there. Slightly surprising by Sindarov, but you never know. Maybe he slept badly. Never know what happened.
Yeah, also, you know, these players do play everything under the sun, so I can suspect that he just thought, let's just take it easy, let everything ride tomorrow in the last round. And nice view there of Bluebaum peeking behind his pieces. No. Yes, we can have a look at Carissa. Is she? Let's. Oh, let's go there. Carissa Yip, she's on the hunt for her third and final Grandmaster norm. A lot on the line, and we've had a question here from our audience asking, hang on a second, isn't there bishop takes h7, that Greek gift in the air?
How many points does she need for the Grandmaster norm?
She needs 1.5 out of 2.
Okay.
And Daniel Juffer is on a losing streak. He's lost 3 in a row.
Yeah,
So
he's not doing well, and she's played aggressively. The French. What's Juffer's opening choices? I criticized him the other day that he played some sharp Sicilian against Faustino, didn't go well. Now he's jumping to sharp French. It does look like he's looking for action every day. And Queen G4 here. He castles into it, which looks very risky. I'm not a specialist. But G6 and then C5. At least you don't have to deal with these bishop h7 ideas. So bishop d3, c5, knight f3, cd. Does this work? Scary for sure.
Knight g5.
Okay, you have to give the queen, as far as I can see, to parry this checkmate threat. But black gets some pieces.
Yeah, pawn takes knight, and what next?
Strange position.
3 pieces for the queen.
Would be nice to bring a rook here.
Okay, so you castle. Knight takes e5, forced. Yeah, got to cover the f3 square. Thank you very much for the heads up.
But we have more rooks.
That is true. Knight g6.
Covers this at least.
And e5 is the way that I will cover the h3 square.
Still, if we insist.
And now I'm panicking big time. How to... okay, this is... I was calm, but now I'm not so calm. I guess you have to go rook and try to run with the king, but I don't have faith.
This looks checkmatey. If you run away, I can take. And
okay, so what?
Oof, that's too much.
No, and the what are the pieces on the queen side doing? Why are they not assisting? No, okay, backtrack. I mean, is there a defense? Because the evaluation bar was just like in the middle, but.
After g4, apparently the only defense is bishop takes g4, giving this bishop to win a tempo or two so you don't get checkmated directly. Now c takes b2. Which, I don't know, you only have 2 knights for the queen, but a bunch of pawns, and this guy could be annoying.
Forgive me, but I don't believe.
Yeah, I also struggle believing this, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. I mean, there was bishop...
Normal move is like f5 or f6, right? F5, probably. At least then there's no bishop takes h7. I guess white is better, because black played the French, but it's at least avoiding disaster. Queen g5 or queen h5.
Yeah.
And it continues, and black's just a bit worse because of this bishop here.
Okay, so bishop takes h7, definitely in the air, so you do need to do something about it. So f5, f6, don't just ignore it with any random move.
But Juffa doesn't look too thrilled about the situation, taking time here on a losing streak. Maybe it's a very good shot for Carissa Yip, because even after f5 queen, somewhere white seems to be better, and she's facing Miao Yilu in the last round. So winning today would be huge.
It would be absolutely huge, and you know, there's so much on the line. If she get her third and final GM norm, then she'd have to make the 2500 rating, and then, as we've mentioned before, she would be the recipient of the 100,000 Jeannie Sinkfield Prize, which goes to the first 5 American females to become a fully fledged grandmaster.
Before we go on break, I was asked by the audience if I have any street credibility here, what I'm doing here, what my connection with Dutch chess is. And I thought about it. I have some, maybe not enough. So my name is Jan Gustafsson. I'm a German chess grandmaster. But I've started playing for Apeldoorn in the 1990s. Before that, I played the Hengelo international Dutch championship, a couple times as a junior player. After that, I've worked in Wijk aan Zee for Luke, I think twice in the early 2000s, for Smeets twice, also later 2000s, and for Anish once. So I've worked for a bunch of Dutch guys. I was also the team captain of the Dutch national team somewhere, 2016, 2017.
And you
somewhere
speak
there.
Dutch as well.
I speak bad Dutch. If you're a German and speak English and are around enough Dutch people, you pick up some bits and pieces, but I wouldn't claim I speak Dutch.
Well,
And your name, because Jan is the most common in Holland and Gustafsson is a Swedish speed skater.
Citizen of the world. No, but I'm still German. I'm trying to hide it, but it is true.
well, I think they're very good credentials. Very rather direct question. I appreciate the
let
honesty,
us have a look before we go on break. What our Dutch friends Anish and Jorden are actually doing. Jorden.
What do we think about this? I mean, I am seeing that there's
weird.
a skeleton of the English school of chess, which is, okay, h4 is not possible, with g4, the next best friend.
Such a strange position. So what happened? Bishop d2, knight e2.
Come in, and now what about g4? Can you humor me, because we have the power of take back?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. I'm even surprised by a3 a bit from Jorden. And knight to f5 is also such a direct change of the structure that I'm thinking his point must be to go for some quick g4. Because if you play slowly, you can easily be worse here with white. He lost his grip on the center. There's b5 or c6, d5. So let's do this.
Yes. I got no ambitions, actually. I mean, do actually go b5, because you mentioned b5. And I was thinking maybe you just sit there and enjoy the space, but I don't think you can. I think you have to actually go full-on hacker and go g5. And
Yeah, it's a mess. Computer says equal as usual, but I don't like what Jorden is doing here. I mean, he's looking for a sharp fight to join the battle for the top spots, but also Arjun is not in great shape here, but this is exactly the type of position with small tactics and him having a safe king where he normally excels. So I think Jorden is pushing his luck a little here, not just with a shirt.
Oh, that looks like a designer shirt.
I've asked Jorden about his shirts in the past, and sometimes he gives you very shocking stories and price tags. So it's always an interesting topic.
Well, it did look like a Burberry check, and very flashy at least. And it's a flashy kind of position. Yeah, you know, big decision. I mean, can he bail out and do something? No. He's kind of
once you go knight f5, I don't think there's stability. Like, I mean, he can castle, but I think it's just worse. Like queen here, takes the pawn. Then black goes for this b5.
And d5 incoming. No, okay, well, Jorden?
Yeah, I don't like what he's doing. I mean, computer says equal. Computer says go g4 and roll with it. But it looks so much up Arjun's alley, this position.
And how comfortable is Arjun playing with an unsafe king? Because I'm just going to ask, because after you start rolling with the punches with g4, g5, f6, and Arjun will be exposed on that front.
I don't
I'm
even
making him
see
sound like
the
something.
unsafe king, but yeah, like I said, I think this is perfect territory for Arjun. Open fight, tactics, and to my mind, Jorden's king is not much safer. And even this, okay, computer says f6, but even if you take here rook e8, it's still a long way from an attack, while white also has to think about it.
Yeah, It's a long way to go before you can crack open a line. So, okay, we're in for a big fight there between Jorden, whether he takes this initiative, goes full on, or does something else. Decision on his hands. Let's check in on Anish's game against Aravind, because Anish looked like he was very comfortable, even though I would be very nervous facing a rogue G-pawn like that.
Well, he was playing his prep, and yeah, Aravind didn't seem to know details. Bishop e2 is not beloved by the computer. Well, it's the usual trade-off, maybe. Computer doesn't like it, but that could also mean that you get Anish out of book. So, now his two sides. He goes queen to a5. Compy was saying rook h2 is very good here. Which not sure I understand. If queen d2. Ah, that's the trick. Computers are smart as usual. Now you can go queen to b6, and you force the queen exchange. And in the endgame, black would be very comfortable. Smart. But Anish played queen a5, also logical. Queen d2, and now he's also taking his time. So after bishop e2, which is bad because, quote-unquote bad, not the computer option, because of the strange move rook h2. Both sides are out of book, and now you get a fight.
Well, it's a fight, but on the other hand, you have to know exactly what you're going to be getting yourself into, because for white, it's going to be castling queenside, right? And then what? This is always my struggle with this type of position. Are you going to go f4, f5, or are you going to go king b1 and then knight d5?
I guess it slightly depends on black's moves.
Okay. So what will black play? I mean, that's
Exactly.
also the question. You mentioned it is knight. We saw knight e5. We saw knight. No, you don't. I don't think you want to go knight c5.
Maybe you do. I'm not sure. Either knight e5, I think, does nothing in particular now. Like you can even be pushed back.
Yep. Okay.
So, well, Anish missed the moment for. I mean, it's a very strange move. It's just because I'm reading it from the compy, but for clarity here, which would have been very much in his style, and he would have been very happy with his endgame. But now with the queen on a5, and it's sort of not a typical position with typical plans, we can see he's also in deep thought. Because I'm assuming he knew queen d2, and here we had this line with knight e5, some direct stuff. But if white starts with bishop e2, knight e5 makes no sense. So now he's also a bit confused. Having said all that, compy says go knight c5, bishop to d7, and black is okay. It's not obvious.
But even then, it's not obvious once the happy moves have been played, what both sides are doing. Like here, how is white going to attack? Because you feel there is a need to do this.
I don't know so much about attacking. We also don't know where this king is going, but if white just stabilizes, isn't he a bit better? Apparently not.
Then castle queenside, I guess?
Yeah. No, apparently black is still fine. Okay.
Well, still messy, I would say. I think perhaps white has a small pull just because of that space. But then on the other hand, we also saw that Anish has to probably go knight c5.
Yeah, and that's not the most typical route here, so I'm guessing he's got to do it for lack of other options, but I understand why he's spending some time. Computer also gives this, but this move.
Why would you do that?
I do not understand.
This feels so weird.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've been seeing rook h3, but yeah, knight c5, I can see that as bishop to d7, and it's unconventional, right, to castle queenside, but I guess with the open h line, needs, must, but Anish, thinking hard. He's in zen mode, you know.
can be a bit unpleasant because he was the side that was prepared and you blitz out your moves and you walk around. But sometimes then you have this cold start. Now you have to start thinking in a completely unfamiliar position. And he's trying to fire up that engine.
Well, he's having a think, and the games, they're just getting started, but you can already feel the tension. We are going to go on a short pause, but during the break, we have Vachier Sindarov explaining his round 11 win against Arjun Erigaisi. Let's have a look at that and see in a few minutes.
Vachier, congratulations. A huge win with the black pieces against Arjun Erigaisi, and tonight, with 2 rounds to go, you're in the joint lead with Nodirbek at the Sindarov. Before we talk about the crazy game, how do you feel tonight with 2 rounds to go?
I think it's also a very important win, and I'm very happy, of course. And now I have all chances to fight for first place.
The last weekend is going to be crucial, so I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but you can show us maybe some critical moments from what was really a crazy game.
Yeah, in the opening, I really expect he will play some side lines in this position. I was like checking a lot of side lines, and I'm really expect this line also, and I prepare. But in board, I was like trying to remember all of the moves, and here, I was thinking a lot about castle because I cannot remember first queen e7 or castle. But then I was thinking like castle knight e5, queen c7, it should be fine. I was calculate this. He play bishop g5. I know already. Like this here, I know to h3. I have rook d8 and also bishop e6. Also interesting. Like knight e5, rook a d8. I was thinking like, strong computer gives 0-0 and rook on d8, you give pawn and everything will be forcing right now. And position is very interesting. I know until 50 move, and then I play, I know the idea to put rook to d3. And here I try, then I found everything, I think. I played very well. I think he also, he need to find the good moves. If he don't play very good, he can lose immediately. But he find everything. But here I don't like his move queen f5. I think he should need to play knight e4, of course. Like I don't know which move he's scared. Maybe knight f4. Maybe he was trying to push me. But I have no idea why he played queen f5. But now I like my position. Like. Here I found this move, like I was so strange, but I was thinking like it's like not losing. Knight d4 and queen a4, queen d5, and then attack, it's 2 knights.
Queen and knight is already dangerous, but queen and 2 knights.
I was like so happy when he, I will of course will think because I have 37 minutes, but I was like thinking I have like some options like here to take with, on knight on e2, and I was thinking maybe it's a better, but I was like really scared about this move, but he played like immediately queen g4, and I was like very happy, played queen e7. Knight c5, b takes c5.
Do you think you have a good poker face at the board when you're happy, or do you think your opponents understand?
No, I'm not. I was feeling like it should be not losing, and that's all. Like if I miss something, of course my face will totally change. But I feel like I have something, and I will not lose this. It's not losing, and but this position I was like I'm really liked, and I was thinking like I have good chances to. To practically play. I played queen b7. Queen d7 is like maybe he should need to play. I was also thinking, but I don't know. He played queen e4 and give me this pawn. Maybe he was like missed this. I was taking this pawn. He only think about queen b2, and this position I don't know. I was thinking like I have good chances. Rook e4. Maybe he has this move like king h2, queen b2, and he need to queen c5. Yeah, I saw it. Queen c5 here it works because we have a totally same position with rook on e3, and it's not works because knight was like I was protecting my knight, but here he is attacking my knight and taking pawn on e7. It's draw. But after rook d1, I think after queen c7, I'm just pawn up, and I played very well. Here I was thinking. I spent 7 minutes here and played g5. I think it's like critical position, and I need to push, and then I saw like to rook d1, rook d8, my position is very well, and he need to give second pawn and play, but it's very hard actually. after Rook E1, I played knight E6, and I feel like I already winning. This endgame was like looks very strange. I mean, knight G4, Queen F4, Queen F4, G takes F4 is very strange, and he played F5, and like it feels like you're already winning, but I cannot find winning moves. Yeah, I was like stupid. I will show you what I missed. Like I missed Queen E5, Knight G5, Knight E2, and I was thinking like here everything works for him if he plays King H1, and I missed like Knight G3 and Queen E3, Queen G5. Yeah, it was like.
And you noticed during the game, or?
Yeah, I saw in the game. I was like, why? I saw like this two losing because I'm taking on F5. I mean, why is like computer shows this? Yeah, it's losing. Yeah. But when I saw like I'm in knight G3, I was like very sad. But I played Queen B7 and he defended very well. I mean, Queen C2 is a very good move.
But you think you're quite good at understanding the moments when you miss something, but to just put the sadness away and focus again on the game?
No.
Do you think you're good at that?
Yeah, I think I'm. I mean, I really find. I mean, if I miss something, I'm finding very fast. So that's why. No, hopefully next games I will not miss something. But I was like really very sad at the moment. But okay, now position is like looks. No, I mean, of course he's winning, but he has some chances. Yeah. I played knight d2 and he played queen d2. I was like scared. Oh my god! It's like some mate was coming here, and I realized like I have knight f4 again and queen c2, queen b4, queen c3, and I played a5. Yeah, I was thinking a lot about any other like good moves like king h6. I don't know. King h6, h4. Yeah, yeah. Knight d3 is like most logical move. Yeah, I should need to play knight d3 because to rook d3 I have a. Knight b2, yeah, not queen b2. Queen b2 is also
good
fine.
enough.
Yeah. I played a5. Okay, I'm in time trouble. Yeah. I was thinking like, okay, so I'll have some chances in endgame to win, and yeah, it's this endgame should be loose. Like it's impossible to save. But I don't know why knight g2 is like immediately winning. Yeah. I really don't understand this move, but yeah, this I saw like this is winning, so that's why I go to this line and I was taking his all pawns, and yeah, it's like
you got the job done.
Yeah,
big relief to win this game after some adventures and emotional ups and downs.
Sorry?
It's a big relief to win this game after you had some moments of happiness and some moments of sadness in the game.
I mean. Also important to join for first place, and I mean share with Nodirbek, and also I have all chances to win this tournament, and yeah, I think last 2 days will be very interesting.
I'm having I've forgotten who you're playing. I just looked it up.
I will play against Prague and Taiwan, so with Prague White and play with Taiwan, so it will be interesting games, and yeah, let's see.
I'm sure you know that the final weekend here is always full of, crazy results, comebacks, people losing from good positions. And what do you think you need to do this weekend, to give yourself the best chances?
No, in general, I'm really don't thinking a lot about this tournament, because I told you it's like more, for me, it's like more training tournament before candidates, and I'm just trying to play with this time control and learn something for my main tournament, I mean for the skin days.
But it would still be nice to win here.
Of course, still win this tournament will be nice, because I think it's one of the best tournament in chess.
Well, Vachier, we look forward to watching your games this weekend. For now, congratulations on the win today and on the joint lead tonight. We'll see you this weekend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
A big fight for first place in the challengers. This game is between Andy Woodward and Marc-Andrea Morizzi. Let's have a look. White starts with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and this game became the Catalan. The Catalan is known for its solid nature. White is putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on d5, and White has this very strong bishop across the diagonal that gets really annoying for Black in the long run. But Black decided to go for a different variation because typically Black plays very solid as well, trying to defend and gets a bit stuck with the pieces. But here, Black opts for an aggressive variation with knight to e4. Black is essentially saying, I am going to make this bishop useless. And that comes with drawbacks because typically you want to develop your pieces and not move your pieces twice in the opening unless you have to. And here Black is moving the same piece twice. And they don't have to do that. But we will see that Black is going for the attack very soon with f5 and now also with h5. And after knight of d2, h4 on top of that, and already Black has a good position. Black is going to attack on the king side, the rook is opening up on the h-file, and it looks very promising already for Black. White is trading off the knights off the board, getting rid of the knight and trying to open up that bishop somehow, but the problem is they don't really have the opportunity to play f3. They're not in time because now, after h takes g3, White plays f takes g3 because, well, he could also have played h takes g3, but then it gets really scary on the h-file because it will be very difficult to defend on the h-file. So f takes g3 was played, but here, even though Black has a really good position, here Marc-Andrea made a mistake with knight takes d4. The idea is simple. After e takes d4, there is either bishop takes d4 or queen takes d4. Let's say queen takes d4, check, and after the trade, king h1, and if bishop takes c3, Black is already in a winning position. So that is why it looks like knight takes d4 is a really good move and that White may have missed this, but Andy has other plans. And he's not capturing that knight on d4, and he's going for knight takes e4, a brilliant move, completely ignoring the knight on d4. And after f takes e4, queen g4, suddenly White has a crushing attack on the board. Well, it's not entirely winning just yet, but the problem is that it's really difficult for Black to defend this. Queen g6 is in the air, you can always take on d4 at some point, it's still hanging, right? So a lot of threats are appearing on the board and White's pieces are getting very active. This bishop on a3 is doing a fantastic job because now White is supposed to play king f7. And let's say a move such as knight f5 is already very bad. So after knight f5, queen g6, king e7, and here you get rid of the knight to prepare rook d1 check, and soon the king is in trouble and might even get checkmated at some point. So that is why king f7 is forced to protect the g6 square. E takes d4 was played, so White recaptured the knight, and now after e5, queen e2, simply retreating because this king over here is in a bad spot. But Black is still in a decent position, not lost just yet, but it was in this position that Marc-Andrea made a huge mistake with rook takes h2. At first, it looks pretty good. It looks nice. After queen takes h2, there's queen takes e4 check, and the game continues. It is Black who is attacking here. But the problem is that White has a move king takes h2. And after rook h8 check, king g2, bishop h3, this looks really scary. But after king f3, there is no more check. And the White simply escaped the threats, all the attacks, it's over. And this was the moment that Marc-Andrea actually resigned. And backstage we were analyzing, what if g5? Because you can try to create some threats. It's a checkmate threat, if anything. But here White has the opportunity to play queen d3 to trade off the queens, and the king retreats to e2. And also g4 to block g4 altogether, and the attack simply dies out. But Marc-Andrea didn't even try this. He already resigned after king f3 was played. A very nice win for Andy, as he is now fighting for that first place, and it's getting really close now that the tournament is coming to a close.
And do remember that you can catch Anna Meyer's recaps every day on the Tata Steel YouTube chess channel. So check that out. It's well worth seeing those highlights. And on our screens, you can see the full board view. And I'm already seeing that there is a bishop out there on h7 in the game between Nodirbek and Bluebaum. It's made an appearance there, but what happened next?
Yeah, we've seen the opening, this bishop d6. Wasn't very happy with Bluebaum's move order because he allowed this bishop coming to e5, which he could have avoided by starting with this, which looked more circumspect. And after bishop e5, Bluebaum decided not to back down, but to go for this sharp position, which we briefly talked about, with takes knight d7, pawn to f4, knight to c5. Satorov decided to give the check, keeping the bishop. I'm not sure if he wants to stay on h7 forever, but I didn't want to allow. Knight takes d3, king to the corner, and pawn to b4. And now Bluebaum is weighing his options. Bad news for him is none of the options look particularly great. If the knight goes away, then white saves the bishop, bishop f5, and white just has very good control and a potential attack on the king side. Well, it's a bit unclear what he's doing with all these pieces. And if he starts with knight f8, I'm guessing that's what he's thinking about, hitting this bishop. Then after bishop f5, at least he could maybe take. Queen takes, and I guess queen d7. Computer also hates this. Saying it's also good for white, knight to g3. So no, tough spot for Bluebaum. Slightly messed up the move order outside the opening here, and now he's paying the price.
Yeah, just one small misstep, but
with black, those can be enough.
it's very interesting. I mean, like, if the knight came to e6, I was just going to ask, isn't it more natural to put the bishop all the way back to d3, and then you have f5, f6 in your arsenal?
Yeah, also possible. I'm not sure if black is threatening g6 yet, but yeah, you can just go bishop d3 back for sure. I wasn't sure if queen b6 was maybe small nuisance, but even this looks quite scary for black. And also white, I guess, doesn't have to allow this if he plays some move like rook d1, g6 is asking for trouble.
Tough position there for Bluebaum. But he did have some support from our crowd, and I've got to give a big shout out to them because you guys are bringing the energy. You know, this is such a good place to do commentary. I love it when you guys suggest your moves. What do we think? Is Nodirbek going to be winning this position? Yeah, it's looking dangerous, isn't it? I wouldn't want to be in his shoes with f5, f6 incoming. But Matthias, he's very resourceful. I mean, we've seen him bounce back from bad positions. But one of the things that surprised me about Bluebaum last year was how he just kind of sprung out from nowhere. I mean, we obviously knew about him. You know, he was playing for the German Olympic team, you know, but at 27, suddenly he comes close to winning the FIDE Grand Swiss and qualifies for the candidates. Big overperformance, would you say?
Yeah, for me it's difficult to answer because I've known him for forever, of course, and he's been a very strong player for forever. He was also the European champion already in like 2021, I think. So he's had good results, but of course, yeah, finishing second in the Grand Swiss, qualifying for the candidates for a player below 2700. We're not really used to it, and it's now also given him the chance to get invited to events like this one, which will in turn help his chess, make him become even stronger. So far he's done great here. I think he's won, 22 rating points already and crossed 2700 for the first time. But it's not like he's a completely different player. He's been a world-class blitz rapid player for a long time, so you got a lot of practice there, playing against the best in the world, but maybe nothing that we would see. But of course, it is a surprise to see people making that jump or improvement at the ripe age of 27 for modern chess
And
standards.
talking about jumps, he jumped backwards with the knight to f8, and decision, pawn takes knight, or retreat the bishop to f5. That's for Nodirbek to think about. But if Matthias won this event, would that surprise you?
Yeah, especially with this position and the current score.
Okay, he's just half point behind the leaders. And talking about over and under performers, let's have a look at the over and under performance that have occurred here in Wijk.
This year or not?
No, they're historical as well. And the biggest over performer was Yasser Seirawan, when he won the event in 1980 with a massive score, 10 out of 13.
1980? How can that be true? I keep watching these Yasser shows. He looks 40 now. How does that? How does the math work?
I don't know. Yasser, I think, has been drinking from the fountain of youth. And Alexander Beliavsky is another name up there. 10 out of what a big score there! 10 out of 13. And then we have Miguel Illescas out of 16. Am I reading that?
They played 16 games in 1993. Wow. It was a knockout. Yeah. I recall. Great job by the Spanish legend, Alexei Dreyev, another world-class player of the 80s and 90s. Jorden van Foreest, 2021, won 30 points. Adiban had a good event. What happened to Adiban? I don't see him around that much anymore.
Yeah, I think he became, what do they call it? A cowboy. He was the one playing
cowboy?
B3. Isn't he?
That's what happened to him. He did this B3 course and then he started taking his own medicine.
I don't know, actually. I mean, but the thing is, the Indian chess just suddenly exploded so much that a few players get left behind, and Adiban just, again, a fantastic player.
Walter Brown.
And here comes
moving too fast.
a different... I'm not sure we should do this to some of our legends of the game. I mean, there's some big names: Luc Van Wely, Jan Timman, Shaq, Fabi, MVL. This is like the Hall of Shame. But we all have a bad tournament.
If things start going wrong, and also you don't get easier opponents like in an open. So I was here, not that year, fortunately, with Luke, but yeah, you're sitting there, you lost a few games, and then you check out, tomorrow I'm black against Anand, then I'm facing Kramnik. It's a very rough tournament.
Yeah, and the players, when they smell weaknesses, they pounce. They will drag the game on for ages and ages. They'll be like, well, you're not doing very well. Let's see whether you make a mistake.
Unless you're Sindarov, then you make a quick draw with white.
Yeah, that was a bit surprising. But, okay, maybe it was the business end of the event and he just needed an extra rest. Sindarov plays Van Wyn.
Nodirbek has Erigaisi. Nodirbek has a chance here to take the sole lead. After knight f8, he decided to play b takes c5. Also very logical. Saying, okay, you can have the bishop, but I'm gaining even more space, and your pieces, especially this knight, will look a little funny. Now is a pleasant choice if he wants to open it further with e4, while this knight is away, or if he just wants to keep this structure. Both look quite pleasant for white.
Yeah, looks good for white for the time being.
What's with the turtleneck, by the way? Is that the new dress code? Like we've seen Vincent do it, Sindarov, Abdusatorov?
Could be a Generation Alpha thing.
Is that what they're called? Generation Alpha?
Is that not what they are?
I honestly don't know. Like, to me, millennials are kids already. So Generation Alpha is...
Yeah, but I think this is like a newer one, right? Or maybe yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just kind of...
I honestly don't know. There's the baby boomers, those are
You
older
will,
than
that
me.
is old. Yeah.
I'm Generation X, I think.
Not a yeah.
No, I'm too old to be a millennial. Then there's millennials. Then what do we have? Gen Z, and after that it's Alpha?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't know what they are. So I don't know. I can't give you an explanation. But they look very stylish.
Return of the turtleneck. Okay, but yeah, as for the position, it just looks quite bad for Black. Black has to get in f6, somehow shake this construction before it's too late. But there's also a question how you react to e4, because d4 you just get pinned, and the pawn drops, and d takes e looks so sad with this knight.
No, don't touch this.
So can we still go f6?
Yeah, but it
all looks
doesn't.
very shaky.
Right. F takes
Now
and then...
the knight can also...
Oh, wow. You come in that direction as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, sad times. But Nodirbek has to find these continuations. Maybe we take a pause, go back to the bird's eye view, because there are a few games I want to check in on. And one of them is Yaz Adomush against Vladimir Fedoseev.
What generation is he? 14-year-old. Still alpha?
I don't know. I thought I sounded good.
No, you're probably right. Just
okay, let me find out for you.
Eager to learn.
Okay.
So good old Petrov.
Generation Alpha refers to children born between 2010 and 2025. So he is...
Nodirbek was born before 2010.
So he's a Gen Z, as our audience said.
This was right.
Yes, and 2010 is Adomush.
So Yas is our only alpha.
And Faustino. And maybe Andy Woodward.
Okay.
And Liu Miaoyi.
A lot of kids here. So another Petrov for Fedoseev. Went very wrong in the first round, but he's stabilized since. Made a few draws in this Petrov as well. Another theory debate. Knight bd2, knight f6 back. Adomush. Game prepared. Looks a little sad what he's doing, but I guess Fedoseev knows what he's doing here. Knight g3. Knight a6, knight b8 back. I don't know the details here. h6 is surprising to me. I know some stuff like this. But yeah, white got to develop. Bishop d2, rook e1, knight e5. This looks really bad. So you have to do something before this happens. Knight in here.
And
can you tell something about the white player, 14 years we don't know?
About Adomush, just 14 years old. Wow, fantastic talent. Tends to play very aggressively, but thanks to the influence of his coach, Shakhriar Mamedyarov. I think he used to work before with Rauf Mamedov. But one of the biggest flexes about this young teenager in front of our screens is that he has been name-checked by Magnus Carlsen himself as being the strongest 14-year-old. So...
Ever.
Yeah, okay. Even better. And you can see, you know, the way that he says, I don't have any fear, and he's playing so good. He looks 20. No, he just 14. You can actually see that he actually looks like a 14-year-old. When he makes a mistake, he like physically shows it. You know, he thought that he had blundered against Van Wyn, and he was like, oh no, and he threw himself backwards, and then he realized, oh, no, I actually haven't. It was all okay. So he's done some great results. He did very well at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and also did very well at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz as well, you know, beating a lot of players. And now he was, until yesterday, on a plus score. Defeated Jorden, Van Forest, Wyn, Arjun Erigaisi. He came armed to the hilt with some fantastic preparation. And here he looks like he's doing very well against Vladimir Fedoseev. Vladimir having to come out with a knight to a6 and then jump back to b8. So as Jan is highlighting, you know, time probably is to go Now on the front foot with knight e4, I guess you could go knight bd7, but then you're allowing white the time to develop.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant for Fedoseev, who's taking his time here. Erdemush normally very well prepared, but he's shown some weaknesses yesterday against Anish, which of course is also very tough with the black pieces, where he got in some trouble after the opening. And I'm curious, yeah, if he can keep it up, but having a good position certainly helps.
Yeah, so we're expecting white either to react to a knight jumping into e4, or if the knight comes to d7, then it's just about completing development, rearranging the pieces. Maybe you want to go b4, b5, maybe you want to take control over the e line. But for the time being, white is very much in control. We still haven't seen the game Vincent Keimer against Van Wyn. Van Wyn losing his last 3 games. And one thing we can see from the live board is that the queens are off.
Yeah, Vincent went 1e4, which he rarely does, but he won this game against Arjun Erigaisi 2 rounds ago, also starting with e4, so maybe he's coming around to best by test, becoming more of an e4 player. It'll be tough for my course sales. You know, I just did this course on the Keimer system with knight f3, e3, and I plays e4 every game. Like, how do I explain it? The Petrov, tie-dye, having a tough tournament, trying to be solid. And Vincent is saying, you know what, I'm not ready for a theoretical debate like we see in all these Fedoseev games, but I will transpose to the exchange French, because this position you used to get via this move order, e takes d, not the most ambitious. Knight f3, knight f6. But if we look at how they got here, it's magically the same position after d5. Tie-dye, however, says, I don't want this. Goes g6, bishop b5 check. Super Grandmaster stuff, provoking c6, so no knight can come here, I guess. Queen e2 check, going for the endgame.
Well, he's discovered a nice formula. He's won a lot of games now in the endgame. So why not get there out of the opening? So this kind of doesn't feel like it's too much for white.
Doesn't look like there's much happening. But tie-dye, I think, allowed knight g5. I don't know, knight g5 didn't happen. He went knight c7, and I thought knight g5, just trying to grab the bishop, and if the bishop moves, then rook e1 check. But Vincent Keimer, the number 4 in the world, has different plans. Goes knight to c4, rook to e8, and pawn to a4.
Grabbing space.
I don't really understand what they're doing, but I'm sure it's smart stuff.
Well, yesterday he won by advancing the h-pawn all the way up to h3.
Yeah, these Generation Alpha, they like their a4 and h4.
Gen Z.
All right.
Learnt my lesson, but okay, knight comes out to g5.
Now finally he goes after the bishop, knight g5, and if you grab this, you're just slightly better for forever, and you can torture. So the question is, can black hang on to it?
Well,
Here
knight
the other
e3.
knight comes.
Exactly.
Grabs it.
And the bishop doesn't have a safe place to hide. So I guess you just have to accept that the trade will happen. Maybe h6 should have been played.
Yeah. No one's respecting bishops anymore. But no, this looks pleasant for Keimer. Like not winning or anything, but just take the bishop and then continue developing. Bishop d2, h3, grab some more space. This looks very nice. Bishop d5, knight e3 as mentioned.
Okay, so looking very pleasant for Vincent, about to get the bishop pair, and then he does have the opportunity to expand on both sides of the board. And
tie-dye Van lost 3 games in a row. And yeah, that's what happens in Wijk. You lose 3 in a row, then you're black against the world's number 4, and then last round he plays Sindarov, the World Cup winner. So you can't get a break.
And no, it's not easy to get a break. And talking about not getting a break, oh, okay, a move has just been played, but I did have my eyes peeled on the Carissa Daniel Juffe game in the Challengers, because in fact Juffe did play c takes d4.
Oh, and
which
she didn't take?
Yes,
that's
and I
a
was
pity.
actually going to put the question to absolutely everyone, because Carissa sank into deep thought and then decided not to take that
And
pawn.
she took with the knight, yeah? I mean, like,
Yes.
Because even if you don't take, you also had knight e2 trying to take like this and keeping the threat. But after knight takes d4, the bishop h7 dream
Disappears.
disappears because we need knight g5.
Okay, well, a missed opportunity there for Carissa. That game will continue. And I'd like to go back to the challenges and check in on Jorden. He's on 6.5 points.
Jorden?
Yeah, Jordan's game against Arjun. Because Arjun didn't break with b5 as we were expecting.
Oh, okay.
And instead we have d5 and an avalanche of pawns going up the board.
So g4 played. I was very pessimistic about Jordan's chances. But after d5 long castles, at least the computer is much more optimistic. And d5 maybe wasn't the way to open the position. Let's see what happens. c6, h4. Tending to push something. And Arjun taking his time.
Well, suddenly, g5 incoming. h5 also there on the equation for white. I mean,
It's a
black,
bit
how is
unclear
black
what
gonna...
what black wants? Like d5 looked nice, grabbing some space, but taking here
Now
doesn't
g5.
really do that much.
Let's
You can
put
even
it on
go
the board.
g5.
And f6, let's get going.
Yeah.
Can you take? Is that like too hot to handle?
I don't know, it's too complicated for me, but apparently white is doing all right.
King b2.
But also, does white need any of this stuff? Because if we just take...
Then
oh no,
b5.
then knight takes g4.
Aha, okay. I was going to say b5, but
I also like this move.
that's
Very
very
knight
nice.
e4 and using this pin. Because white just stabilizes here, let's say takes, knight jumps and takes, or I guess you
F6.
don't even need to take, like c3, g5.
g5,
This looks very pleasant.
f6 incoming, yes.
Yeah, just going for the strong knight on e4.
Okay.
Yeah, this looks good. Even if we don't get the pawn back, like knight to e4 takes and g5 looks so powerful. So a bit unclear what Arjun wants. Maybe still b5.
Still, what about if we go direct? g5.
Takes, jump.
Take on e5, thank you.
Oh no, this still looks a bit messy to me. Rook e8.
f4.
with knight g3, I thought. Apparently it still continues. But this, once again. Maybe it's
h5.
good, but here you need very strong belief to give up the exchange and then go for a slow attack.
Yeah, because queen d5 is looking like black is very quick in the center.
Can we play more?
Okay, contained.
Simply?
Yeah, so okay, instead of g5,
Takes. If pawn takes, now it's a different story. 'Cause white picks up a pawn. Apparently I shouldn't even take, according to the wise computer. Bishop e1 or bishop b4 is even better. Why is this so good? Just f3.
not easy.
No, but it looks like d5 was not the way, and now it's Arjun who has to solve problems.
Yeah, but The thing is that Arjun has his hands tied behind his back. It's not like he can ever go
No,
h6
they're
or
on the table.
h5 or something. No, I mean, that's just crazy to like play h5 as black. Say like h4, h5. You can't hold up the pawns that are incoming, so you have to strike in the center.
Yeah, but apparently nothing works. Like b5 looks very natural, but then the c takes d seemed pleasant.
Okay.
And what else were we doing? D takes c, but yeah, I really like the look of this bishop g5 then.
Okay, but what about bishop takes knight? Let's go into that one.
Yeah, just take.
Knight to e4, so that there's no bishop to g5.
I guess it's the same theme, just distance 4, and then f3.
And that's very good.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so well, you have to spot that maneuver, bishop to e1. I think that's not that easy, because you'll be looking at bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, it might also be good, but he's not going to allow takes, and yeah, this he will probably calculate that there's counterplay. No, I think Jorden will manage.
Okay, well then, it's extremely good news for Jorden here, because we are struggling to come up with a defense. So, okay, if bishop c3 doesn't give anything to black, what to do? And maybe move your queen. I don't know where. Queen b6. Get out of dodge.
Yeah. It's always a question if g5 is good or if and when this takes, or knight e4.
What, knight
works.
e4?
Or knight e4 directly, yeah?
Yes,
Ah, that's the
yes,
trick.
and I'm gonna look up in the air and go, oh, look at that, I'm giving up a pawn.
Should not blunder this.
That would be unfortunate, but obviously it's never gonna happen.
Leads us to the answer, f3. And then we keep doing. The pawn pushing, well, queen b6 also blocks black's source of counterplay.
It was a one-trick wonder.
Did work. No, but Arjun really doesn't look like himself in Wijk, no? I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, I'm not sure what's going on with Arjun also. I'm taking a look at the game between Hans Niemann and Gukesh. I'm tracking the evaluation bar and is suddenly, at least on my computer, has gone all the way in black's favor. Can we backtrack a little bit? Because I even told you during the break, you know, I think this one's going to be a draw. It looked pretty simple. So what happened?
Not so drawish anymore. He did play b takes c as requested by the audience. d6, queen b1. That's a bit too subtle. Knight e7, c4. So he went bc, but then he didn't go for the attack, but he went for some smart stuff, trying to get rid of the double pawn. But that allows Gukesh to organize. Bishop c8, typical, trying to exchange from here. Queen b2 and bishop g4. Maybe h3. Okay. Whoa.
Oh.
He gave a piece.
Maybe we can...
Why?
I don't know. Well, that is what we have to figure out. Why give up that piece?
I'm not sure how you count in England or in Wijk, but I was taught 3, 1, 1. So that's a bad deal.
Yeah, I was also taught that as well. I was taught that actually a knight isn't worth 3 pawns. It has to be 3 pawns and something else.
Yeah, we can argue if it's 3 or 3.25 or something, but it's definitely not 2 in any count.
Right, no, you need to have like, and what that something else was almost always like the pawns had to be further up, quite advanced up the board, or, you know, the person with the piece had to have an unsafe king, something other than just 3 pawns. And here it's 2 pawns.
Maybe it's a metric system situation, because Hans is American, so... No.
Are you saying that he's calculating in?
It's very easy to get confused with all these
Yeah.
feet and inches.
And
But seriously, why would he do this? It also doesn't look like it's enough for the piece. I mean, yes, he has two decent pawns, but black will just stabilize and win the game.
Okay, well, let's see how easy it is, right? So let's get into the mind of Hans. So knight, okay, you said knight g6.
I don't want to do that.
Well, tough. We're going to go there. Queen g3, go. Okay, now if you move the bishop, queen takes knight.
There's some h3,
yes.
queen takes g6 ideas, so those should be stopped.
Okay.
Here looks logical, preparing bishop e6.
And now presumably, well,
h3, bishop e6, we
right.
resign, so you have to do
F4.
something quick. f4, e5,
Yes.
let's say f4.
I think he's been inspired by his game yesterday against Van Wyn, where Van Wyn had a whole center of pawns. Didn't work for Van Wyn, but
Just doesn't look enough. Maybe there's some short-term initiative, but
what are you going to do? Knight h5? Oh,
can't I go here
Yeah,
even?
you
Like
can.
I have some help, of course, but
I thought
these
f5.
aren't tactics that are too tough for Gukesh, like f5, queen e5, or queen b6 check.
With queen b6, there was bishop e3, and then it continues because you were attacking the rook.
Yeah, okay, something. But in general, okay, there's gonna be some back and forth, but in the end, the extra piece always comes through in such an open fight.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very surprised if he's... Yeah, if he blundered something or if he just felt inspired, but it's hard to believe. And it's not like he's desperate, maybe doesn't have an advantage, but if you just move the knight away, maybe.
Mm.
He felt that was too passive and he had to go forward.
Yeah.
But this is a lot.
This is something different. So again, let's run through that. Pawn takes knight. That was pretty forcing.
And he took on e5 already.
Yeah, he's
like
taken on
because
e5.
Uh-huh.
And knight to g6. Maybe the
Which
queen...
is also not forced, by the way, like rook e8 is also there.
Yeah, could there be something with bishop c3 or bishop... Bishop takes pawn, but that does that get anywhere? No, because the
we
queen
should have
b6.
some jumping. Ah, yeah, this.
Yeah. Okay, so that's just a disaster. So
I guess he wants the same, like queen
Yeah.
g3 and then some pawn push.
okay, let's go queen g3 again. I mean, and then you do your knight g6 business. Or
Yeah, if I should play knight g6 anyway, I might as well do it without rook e8.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently once again this is a smart move. Just preparing bishop e6.
Well,
I don't know, it just doesn't look enough.
surprising turn of events. But that's what they say about Wijk. The last 2 days are always like full of chaos, craziness, tales of the unexpected. And by the way, knight to g6 has been played by Gukesh. Because of all the moves, if you go back to knight f3, of all the moves, if I said to you, think of something to play as white, I'm sure you would not go knight takes e5.
No, I would go knight e1, which I understand is not very inspiring, but it does keep the knight. Also, I'm not sure how big a threat this is, if you can just pass or go knight h4 maybe. But yeah, this is brazen. Knight g6 played, queen g3 I guess also played. Now let's see how Gukesh handles it. Now he has a big choice, of course.
Mm-hmm. And the main thing is to prepare the bishop going to e6, because h3 is incoming.
Yeah, you don't want to blunder queen takes, but I don't think he will. It's
Yeah.
h3, and there's also f4, f5, which would be cutting the bishop off.
Mm-hmm. So if he goes, we looked at queen c8, f4, and then you just went bishop e6, like a very cool grandmaster.
Very cool grandmaster who can read the first stockfish line, but I also don't think it's that tough, really.
No. No, because it's just a one-dimensional threat. Queen takes g6.
Once you get rid of one of the bishops, white doesn't have that much firepower unless there's some move-by-move stuff, but there doesn't seem to be. Gukesh also looks optimistic. So Hans Niemann maybe just thought the position is too equal if he moves away and to fight for first place. He has to take a bit of risk.
Yeah, he has.
Certainly did.
He certainly did. And let's check in on some games from the challengers whilst we have the time.
How's Ivanchuk Oro? I don't really care about the other games.
Okay. Well.
Not true, not true. There's Faustino. Getting up.
Well, they're still very much in the realms of theory. This is kind of what you had predicted about an hour ago.
Starts with, we've seen this, knight c6, king e2, and he went knight a5, which is also, I think, a good move, preparing some queen checks. Knight d2.
Getting ready to block.
b8. No, looks like Fausti more or less knows what he's doing here.
But I mean, how easy is it? Rook c1. I was planning after queen a6 to just block the check.
In general, I think the problem is that none of these endgames, they always look slightly more pleasant because of these pawns, but I don't think you can win those.
Aha, because I would have thought after rook d1, you'd be having some fun, right?
I think black just sits and makes a draw.
Okay. Yeah, you have to kind of go rook d2 and then start wriggling.
Yeah, I guess it's the kind of game that Ivanchuk was looking for. Yeah, this is a line that gets played a lot in correspondence chess, where all the games are in a draw anyway, but people usually equalize this kind of easily. So Ivanchuk made a business decision. The kid might not be comfortable in sort of an old line where black can't really play too actively, but so far Fausti playing very sensible stuff.
So Ivanchuk with an okay position. I mean, no fireworks here. I gotta say that I got good news for our audience because Max Warmerdam is doing much better against Bibisara Asalbeeva. And I know Max has a lot of fans.
Does he? Yesterday when we asked who was rooting for Erwin, who was rooting for Max, this was
but that's because we gave them a choice.
Town.
Let me ask them right now. You questioned, and I will let the audience decide. Any Max Warmerdam fans, don't let me down. Thank you. There you go, Jan.
So manipulative. Anyway, I can't find this game. Where is it?
It's at the bottom.
Ah, here. That looks a little...
Maybe we
what
can
happened?
start from
she
move
lost
10.
an exchange?
Yeah,
I don't understand anything.
Maybe we can...
Okay, some random King's Indian. A4. I never like going A4 in these positions because then you get A5, knight A6. Like, computer sometimes doesn't mind. But I would much rather allow B5, which I don't think does very much. Anyway, A4, A5, knight C3, and here comes the horsey. Rook C1, knight D7, preparing E5. But how do you lose an exchange here? That part.
Yeah, I think this next move is...
Oh, she missed bishop H6.
And that's quite instructive.
Which is a very nice positional move. And if you take queen H4 check, wins the bishop back, but that's not the problem. The problem is you're giving up your good bishop, and all of a sudden these dark squares, which A4 already didn't like, but here they're really, really weak.
Yeah.
And instead, Bibisara decided, no, I can't give up this bishop. I'd rather give up the rook. But it was a bit of an unfortunate sequence. Like, A4 didn't like, as mentioned, but then also rook C1, stepping into this diagonal. And D5 was the last straw. Like, if you castle, it's still a normal position. But here, yeah, because you start feeling like you're just lost if you go for this G3 or knight G3, whatever, and all these knights jump. So she went bishop f2. But black got rid of the stupid bishop and got a whole rook for it.
Yeah, looking good.
Can't
and
be
then
good.
her knight is going to post up on c5. That's exactly what happened. And the dream, King's Indian. Why not queen d2?
Same story, queen d2. It's just very sad strategically. But I agree. It's
I
hard
think
to argue. They're both sad, but
she gave up the rook, I think, because she wanted some control over the dark squares, and maybe just thinking in the long term, there's compensation. You know, if she kind of explodes open the position, then the dark square bishop will come into play. As it stands like this is pretty miserable, actually. What does the engine think of rook c1?
in general, everything was okay, more or less, although, like I said, I don't like a4 or rook c1, but the blunder is d5. If she castles here, it's still fine. Computer still thinks white is better here, although, yeah, over the board, I think black is quite happy. E takes d, knight c5, knight b4. But yeah, d5 was just a blunder. She missed bishop h6. It's the rare strategic blunder, not tactical.
Yeah.
And now, yeah, you can argue if queen d2 or takes is a lesser evil, but black is much better in all these lines. And she decided she has more chances keeping the bishop, but it's also quite bad.
Yeah. Okay, well, good news for Max Warmerdam there with an extra exchange and now just breaking with f5. Can we also give an assessment on the game between Ivic and Andy Woodward? Because Andy's 2 pawns down, but a lot of trades have happened, and Ivic is the one who is seriously burning time on the clock. I mean, they're on the motorway to getting to the time control. A lot of trades.
This was the one
yes.
where they were both prepared to move 8,000, but looked like Andy Woodward went even deeper. So we've seen something like this. I think it was trying rook takes e5. He went c4, but c6 breaks. Queen takes. And if you take here, there's counter.
Mm-hmm.
So queen a1. Andy Woodward has spent very little time, so I'm assuming he knew this almost all the way. Still playing the first computer move. Black is 2 pawns down, but he's threatening bishop c2.
And you have
if
to
stop that. The bishop can come in here. If you go here.
Well, you can take on b2 at the very least.
Yeah, this knight is so passive. No, it's just Andy showing that he's done his homework.
Well, he's flexing his opening knowledge, and that will put him in great shape with a draw with the black pieces as he goes into tomorrow. But okay, he still has to do it. And maybe we check in on Marc-Andrea Morizzi against Aydin Suleimanli. Aydin there with 8 points in second place.
Yeah, Suleimanli lost yesterday to Ivanchuk. Morizzi also lost a tough game. So they're both trying to come back here. Some slow Italian maneuvering. Probably a lot of subtleties, but it looks like this b5 was not the way by Morizzi. He's trying to threaten a6, but that's apparently not even a threat. Bishop d7, queen a4. Suleimanli taking his time here. But it looks like black is doing all right. Here you can go queen e8, cover everything, then take. No problems.
Okay, so looking fine, very balanced that game. Let's revisit the game between... Actually, let's pull up the full board view. Sorry to be so fickle, because I just wanted to highlight, check out the evaluation bar between Jorden and Arjun.
Jorden
It's
is doing well.
exactly as you highlighted, with the bishop showing the power of the distance of 4, placing itself on e1, And then suddenly f3 is going to make an appearance, and that knight is going to be very embarrassed. Also f6 in the equation.
Yeah, great news for Jorden, proving me wrong, because I thought his opening choice was a little too much, but he sensed Arjun is vulnerable here, and now he has a fantastic position. Rook h3, smart move.
Very nice. Rook d3 incoming. How do you do it? You got to go knight c5, right? Yeah. As a materialist, Did he play rook h3, by the way?
No, I don't think he's done it yet. But it looks like a very good way to bring the rook into the game. The black center is quite vulnerable, and you still have to worry about f6 or g6 at an opportune moment. No, Van Fore's playing great chess here.
And there we're seeing that the red outline is on the board.
What does it mean? It means there's one move that's better than the others?
Yes,
Or what?
that's exactly what it means. So if white were to go f3, would the advantage just immediately disappear?
Doubt
It starts going down.
It's less precise, but no, white is better. No matter what, like rook g1, g6, or just king b1.
And because we're in the presence of some very fine Dutch hackers, can we just have a look at g6?
When here?
Yeah, you know, just rather rook g1 is like what I would do, but then again, I like to take my time. But if you were to do like fg, h5, you just kind of go for it.
Yeah, also dangerous.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a pleasant choice. Probably black should not take twice, but try to keep it a little close. But also this looks unpleasant. Maybe it's a problem for Jorden. He has too many good moves. Like, okay, rook h3 looks very smart, but any quote-unquote normal move, rook g1, king b1, f3, maybe even g6 directly, looks pleasant for white. And you can burn some time there. 50 minutes. Decide on something, Jorden. It's all good.
Yes, it's all good. But rook h3 would kind of make sense in a lot of positions. I kind of think that I'm not sure he's going to play it. But it's so effective, right? Rook d3, incoming. Pick up a pawn.
Looks focused. Jorden on 6.5 out of 11, +2. He's only lost one game to Erdemush, to the 14-year-old, but picked up 3 wins against Anish Giri, Aravind, and Vincent Keimer. Beat 3 2700 players. Just looks, I know he won the tournament 2021, and of course he can be playing well at any moment, but he looks better to me, more stable, more experienced, calmer. I think Jorden's really improving.
Well, there's a lot rising on this for Jorden, you know, because I think he won Tata, and then I recall him writing an article saying it was actually very difficult to make a living being a professional chess player. And, you know, he was fighting it out in these big opens. Maybe there was a prize, maybe there wasn't a prize at the end of it. And playing in Tata, winning it meant a lot to him, so winning it twice.
Jorden has money troubles?
Well, I don't think he has money troubles, but it's difficult. It's difficult earning a living on the open circuit.
He's Dutch nobility. It's Jonker Jorden van Foreest. Like, what happened to the nobility?
I don't know.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think he's doing all right. But
you can blame his ancestors.
Of course. Hard to plan your income in chess if you're playing open tournaments, depending on
I mean, if all you're getting is conditions as a hotel room, you know, and you've got no guarantee, you go and play it out on a huge open. Finish top 10, maybe don't finish top 10. It's difficult.
It's a jungle out there, but then again, we'll choose our professions until we're too old and we're stuck doing chess commentary.
You don't sound you don't sound very sympathetic, Jan.
I think Jordan's doing all right. Don't worry too much about
Okay,
it.
I will not worry too much about Jorden if you tell me. It's a
He's
good.
told me how much some of his shirts cost. Like, maybe that's the source of his money trouble.
Well, there's something. No, I'm not going to go there, Jovi. Keep your mouth. Okay. So rook h3. What do we think? Will he find rook h3? Will he go for something direct? You've worked with Jorden before. You think that this is the way he's going to go, or is he going to go?
I don't know. It's a tough choice because everything looks good, and when you're sitting there, you don't know that rook h3 is +2 and king b1 is +120. But it is a very logical move, activating the rook, and he is a world-class chess player, so I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, rook e3 is also threatened. That's what Jan has been highlighting as well, because then you chase the knight away. I've learned something new. The power of the distance of 4, which is when a bishop is on e1. Well, there's been some debate about this, whether it's distance of 2, distance of 3, distance of 4. But since Jan
Common
came up...
debate, we already talked about this the other day. In my count, it's 4, but there are people arguing for 3 or 2. See, there's also the 2 crowd. 1, 2, 3.
Who knew that
4.
that would be a hot take? But
no,
it
no,
is.
it's, I've had this debate many times.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, keep a distance of 2, 3, or 4, and then the bishop will control the knight. And he's about to make a move. No, no rook h3. Queen d3. Very greedy. He's just trying to pick up a pawn.
Okay. Well, the evaluation bar was
We
like...
didn't think about this hypnotized by the computer, but it's very logical because it might just win a pawn.
Right. Okay, I
Why does
agree.
computer hate it?
I guess it hates it because you just
Queen
give it up.
c8. Ah, that is the defense.
But you go F...
Takes.
Yeah, then you have to go into king
Still
b1
nice for
territory.
white. It's all fine for white, but yeah, that...
But you have to go into king b1 territory because queen f4 is incoming at some point.
Useful anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he's still pressing. There's no rook d8, and not obvious how black coordinates, but apparently gave up a bit of his advantage. Also, now he's forcing Archon to make the good move, because Archon is not going to resign or just give up the d pawn.
No. No, okay, well, missing the cleanest way to the advantage with rook h3, but queen to d3 will definitely ask the questions of Arjun. Let's go back to our full board view, because I don't want to lose track of the other games that are sharpening up. I can also see that a rook did land on h3 in the game between Aravind and Anish. It's also very exciting in Hans Niemann against Gukesh. Gukesh finding another way to just maintain that material advantage. And things have clarified somewhat in the game between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Matthias Blubaum. And I'm going to give the choice to everyone here. Where do you want to go to check?
You tell us.
Gukesh. Okay. Let's go there. So, knight
g6, queen g3, and what did he do? He went
C5.
c5, offering the exchange of queens, but of course that will be
declined.
Refused. f4, and h5 once again. Generation Z, whatever, likes pushing their h pawns.
Yeah.
Z, right?
Yeah. I
I'll
cannot say Z. I have to say Z. There's some words I just cannot bring myself to say, like aluminum. No, thank you. It's aluminium. Okay, so if you go h3, h4 is the idea.
f5 we can't go because of this. Ah, yeah. After queen g3, hg, there's no. No more h3 to touch the bishop, so no, it's just bad. And did he play e5? Oh, yeah, he went e5.
Okay.
Now h4.
Has to be played, right?
Queen somewhere.
Drive the queen away, and now you move your knight.
h5. Now this looks very good what Gukesh is doing as well. He's
Knight h5, by the way, that's
grabbing
a
control.
forced move, right? Because otherwise, if you go knight d7, then it's a whole different ball game. Or no,
Also looks good, but knight h5 looked so pleasant, no? Like
yeah,
keeping an eye on all this stuff.
exactly.
Yeah, I'm still mystified by Niemann's decision to give this piece for the 2 pawns. Just doesn't look like enough at all. It's not like black is down to only moves or anything. Like you can move the knight anywhere. You have this, but h4 knight h5. Having played h5 looks so natural. I think Gukesh is just gonna win.
And okay, well, let's try to find some positives in Hans's position. Oh, by the way, just got an update that the game between Ivic and Andy Woodward did end in a draw. So Andy Woodward, he started the day with 8.5. He finishes on 9.
Yeah, impressive home preparation. Didn't have to sweat too much against Ivic today, and still leaves him in the driver's seat. I guess he's white the last round.
And the only 2 people who can catch him up on 9 is Ivanchuk and Aydin Suleimanli. So still everything wide open for tomorrow's challenges. And knight h5 we've got on our board. Has it been played?
No, I think that was me, sorry.
Okay.
But I'm assuming h4 will be played.
Yeah, kind of h4 is forced unless he's looking for something funky.
Well, he's a piece up. Nothing's forced, just looked very natural having played
h5.
He's taking his time, but he still has an hour on the clock. I'd be shocked if Gukesh does not win this game.
Well,
what else is there?
okay, maybe we check in on Aravind against Anish, because I mean, Rook h3 did come to pass for Anish.
Knight c5, and he put the rook here. Sort of mysterious move. I don't know what's about. Maybe it's against f4, then you have some tricks. And the rook touches the bishop. And this.
Good to know these tricks.
f3, however, and a bit unclear what the rook is doing here. Bishop e6. And this is the position Aravind's thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. And then this kind of begs the question of what is white doing?
Don't know. Can go rook h1, get rid of this guy.
But then,
King b1, always a move.
but black is very well placed. So if you went rook h1, I guess you just take it. I mean, I'm also struggling big time for a plan. Rook takes.
Question is if you can take here, which I'm not sure about.
Well, that would be something. So let's go rook h7. Oh, okay, the evaluation bar. But I was looking at rook h7. And that's not the move. It went wrong immediately once I got my hands on it.
Yeah, apparently there's still no big threats, and black just escapes and then goes back with the bishop.
Okay, well, how do you handle?
Maybe you don't. Frankly, I just missed that you could.
Okay, well, if
Could
that's such a
take.
big threat, I mean, can you not go king b1
Yeah,
or a3?
a3 or king b1.
I'm not sure about king b1. I feel like there might be some checkmate ideas.
Yeah, let's say a3. And
Yeah.
black decides if he wants to castle or rook c8. Both look natural. Maybe castles. Now the difference is now black is in time to fight for the h-file, which might not be a big deal. That's why I wanted to start with rook h1, but maybe we can't. Okay. Computer saying no, all of this is fine. White is ever so slightly better. I think computer didn't like long castles. Wanted this.
And then what?
I don't know. Random moves black has all the pieces out, and if this rook gets exchanged, and there's no tactics. Guessing it's roughly equal.
But it feels like only black is the one with the active plans, you know, of...
What are those active plans?
Okay, so let's... I was thinking of... I want to go knight e5, knight c4, but... okay, the evaluation bar creeping, but rook takes. Knight c4. Bishop.
Yeah, but it's not like white is crumbling yet, right?
Yeah, it just feels like like white is at a standstill, but then so is black. A bit weird. I kind of expect them both to go for the jugular.
Yeah. I know, I never understood these positions too well either. To me, rook c8 looks less natural than long castles. Just bring the king into safety, but yeah. Compy is saying just go here and then do random things.
Well, this one is tense, but I think that Anish will be feeling very comfortable. And talking about feeling comfortable, can we just look in on Nodirbek against Matthias, because there's been some developments.
Oh, doesn't look like it went well for Bluebomb.
Okay.
So yeah, we've seen this, which already looked a bit unpleasant. E4 played, also the critical move. Bluebomb went here, going after this pawn. But the promise is knight is really a bit far away from all the action. Currently is even a pawn up, I think. But it's not what the position is about. Rook c1, rook d1, knight b5 is there, f5 is still one day. Tries to go here, logically enough, queen b2, and Bluebomb's thinking about it.
Okay, as queen takes b7 is threatened, and that makes me worried as a materialist.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I was...
We try to bail out. 'Cause takes, I guess it's still more pleasant for white, but at least we take the a2 pawn.
And the bishop can find a happy home on c6.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not as bad as...
Also, I wonder about the counter-attacking possibilities after f6. You know, I'm still kind of nervous about the b7 pawn. But I
also wouldn't want to give it up.
Yeah. Maybe, and bishop c6, by the way, if like you just kind of hold...
It looks so passive. I don't
know.
know. I don't like it.
I was
then
kind
knight
of...
d4.
And then I was hoping to go... no, f6 is not possible because then e6.
E6.
Yeah.
No, I didn't like that. But Bluebomb is also a player who likes his pawns and does not like to give them back. So very possible he's looking for a way to keep them here.
Yeah, but I like queen b6 actually. Let's revisit that one.
I guess the problem is that probably white won't change, because I think the endgame black should be all right.
So you're just going to go queen
will go somewhere.
d2.
Can we make a draw?
Yeah. I'm playing against the Grandmaster. Yeah. No,
they're both
no.
Grandmasters.
That is true. But, because as black, I'm itching to get f6 into the game. But I see it doesn't work.
And move made, queen b6. I know the Germans.
Well,
one thing Blue always does very well is he manages his clock extremely well. Like today, he got in some trouble in the opening because he messed up the move order here. But if we look at the clock, I mean, he had a lot of tough decisions in a fairly horrible position. But he's still ahead on the clock, and I think that's also what scores him a lot of points in the long run, that he doesn't burn all his time. He looks depressed often, but it doesn't affect his time management. And then, if the chance comes up, he still has time and uses it, so I think it's a big strength. He plays quickly.
Yeah.
And we get a video from Bluebomb, how he felt when he beat his first Grandmaster. Was it me? I hope not.
Yeah, it was a bit nervy. Like I had a great position, but back then, I mean, basically the same time control we have also here for the first 40 moves. There was no increment, so it was 2 hours for the first 40 moves, and I had a great position, but I was messing it up in the time trouble, and then I actually won on time. Like I messed up my position, but I won on time, so it was a bit of a strange game. Like I actually played well, and then I messed it up, and I actually still got the point. But yeah, somehow this memory stuck with me.
But whom did he beat? We didn't find out, right?
We didn't find that out. But I can ask you, how did you feel when you beat your first Grandmaster?
I think it felt good. Shout out to Pavel Jarac. The year was 1992. He played the Pierz. It's a bad opening. I crushed him. I still remember. Like,
Yeah. It's quite interesting, right? Because when you play so I can't remember when I beat my first Grandmaster. I don't think Sasi Kiran was the Grandmaster at the time I beat him. But I think I remember playing Keitlinghaus in the Bundesliga. I think we were playing Baden-Baden. Which was and suddenly he just gave his hand, and I was just like, I didn't offer you a draw. And I almost didn't take it because I thought that he was saying it's a draw. But he was just resigned. So that was it. It was a bit shocking. Yeah.
Got an extra half point. Congrats.
Yep. But always nervous to break those boundaries. And again, the games are really in flux. They're very exciting at the minute. And
we're being told Aravin did something wrong.
Well, he went for the he went for A3,
which looked natural enough. Rook C8.
And he went Rook H1, which was very natural.
That was our plan, but is the timing a little off?
And
oh, that's tactics.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can ask the audience first.
Ask the people, because I don't get it yet. Maybe
well,
they will.
Maybe our audience there are sharp. We have a suggestion. Knight B4. Knight B4 is a suggestion. Well, we've got to watch the evaluation bar. Does it give its stamp of approval? I like the idea, but no.
Doesn't do much, does it?
Okay.
Just take.
And you can then go Rook H1. Any other suggestions? Okay, so which one are you going to choose?
You can't choose 2 moves.
Let's go.
Bar doesn't like it.
No. Okay. What about, someone suggested the knight takes d4. Yeah, let's go there.
Okay,
and that
Bar
stays
is
the
okay
same.
with that, so we recapture.
Okay, let's try. Bishop takes bishop. The red outline has come in again.
But we just did bishop takes, and the Bar didn't like it, so my guess is this is wrong. Transposes.
Yeah.
But here's a trick.
It's
fairly typical dragon trick, but strange version.
It's deep, but I reckon you guys can find it. Knight D3? Knight B3, okay.
I'll take it.
We can take that one, right? And yeah, but you need to back it up. So knight B3, it's a nice idea, but unfortunately there's a knight on C3 blocking everything.
Okay, 8 more guesses.
Knight A4.
7.
There's a bishop on prise. Yes, there's a bishop hanging on G7, so don't forget that.
6.
Jan is losing patience with you guys. No. Come on. You got to live up to your reputation. it's a sacrifice.
There we go.
Yeah.
Knight e4.
Yeah, we get there.
And
Akil.
with 3 to spare. But let's figure it out why this works. So 1 point is if knight takes e4, queen takes, and because these rooks are facing each other, you can't take with the rook. So this leaves this guy undefended. And if something else takes, the bishop is hanging. But the big question is f takes e. And now what? I'm gonna need you to be more specific. Which rook?
Which rook? Yeah.
Correct.
But okay, the funds. Yeah,
This is checkmate.
That's gonna
is
be
the
checkmate.
first problem. And if the bishop takes, we take, and once again takes is checkmate. It's actually not over if the queen goes somewhere, but apparently black just has a very good position here with the two attacking bishops.
Yeah. And if you go into that imbalanced position with bishop takes bishop.
When we're what?
Like now.
Here
Bishop,
we can take the bishop.
Right. Yeah, you get the queen, but white also gets some pieces.
Now we have to count. So we have a queen and a bishop, and white has 2 rooks and 2 bishops. So materially, white is doing quite well, but black also has a bunch of pawns, and I guess the initiative keeps looming. But yeah, this is far from obvious, even if Anish spots it, because he has to evaluate all kinds of things. He has to evaluate this position and also this one, where he's an exchange down, and conclude that he's better in both.
But look at him. Is definitely on his radar.
That's his calculating face.
That is definitely on his radar. We are looking at the incredible sacrifice of capturing on d4, then capturing on e4.
Both work, by the way. You can start with this or with this. It leads to the same position. Knight takes e4. F takes e, takes, and takes. But it's not just calculating a simple tactic, because he has to evaluate some very unbalanced positions.
Well,
but I think he's gonna do it.
You think he's going to do it? Do we agree with Jan? Okay, we have some
first step.
some answers that say yes, the first step. Okay, well, big moment there for Anish. He is locked in, and you can see he is assessing this one. Yeah.
Knight takes e4 is such a common trick in all these dragon lines, so the motive will definitely be on his mind, but this is a very special version.
Definitely a unique version. Let's head over to the game between Carissa against Daniel Yufa. Remember, for Carissa, this is a big game. She needs 1.5 out of 2 to get the Grandmaster norm. Earlier on, she missed a golden opportunity with sacrificing a bishop on h7, the Greek gift. Now, what do we think about this?
I'm surprised we were told to go there. I was thinking she's on the verge of giving checkmate, but she just misplayed the position and is now worse. Like, not super worse, but black is very comfortable with the bishop coming here. So, no, it doesn't look great for her norm chances, because this is a position that Yufa can also play.
Yeah.
Play in his sleep, attack the pawn, c3, there's going to be queen f5. No, the moment is past.
Okay, the moment's passed. She sounds the retreat with the queen, but remember, as long as she doesn't lose, she keeps her Grandmaster hopes alive. And there is no room for easy answers here. There's no room for mistakes. Bishop e8, bishop to g6 incoming. We've reached a very complicated phase of this particular round. A lot of action happening. We are going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because during the break, we have Vasil Ivanchuk breaking down his win yesterday against tournament winner Suleimanli. See you in a few minutes.
Vasil, congratulations. You just beat Aydin Suleimanli, who was out in the lead. Now you're on 8 out of 11 going into the last 2 rounds. You're just half a point behind the leader. What are your thoughts going into this final weekend after a big win?
Okay, so it's just play next game, nothing special.
So you don't think about the tournament situation overall?
Okay, we'll think after the tournament.
That's probably a good strategy. And tell us just a little bit about the game today against Aydin, a very fighting game, right?
Very complicated game. After the opening, I was totally okay, but probably my plan with a5 and before it's not the best, and my position was very dangerous. But, for example, he could, instead of queen e2, he could play queen h5 with dangerous attack, but he started to play in queen side. Okay, still complicated position, and also was time trouble probably. I'm not sure. I played rook e6, probably not the best move objectively. It's quite strong, but probably not the best. Probably knight e6 is stronger, but it's not so easy to decide in time trouble.
You mentioned the time trouble. Do you feel that you have adapted throughout the tournament to this time control with that increment more?
Yes. So I'm ready to play in candidates tournament. Yes, but unfortunately, I will not.
I mean, it's a pity. I'm sure a lot of people would like to see you.
Okay.
For now, you are playing here, and your fans are very happy to. You have just scored 6 points out of the last 7 games. Vasil, how do you do it? What is your secret to still be, so competitive among
the? I don't understand, but okay, just playing.
Do you think, when people talk about you, the one thing that keeps coming up again, people say nobody loves chess as much as Vasil. Do you think that your love for the game is one of your secrets?
Yes, I love the game, but I'm not so sure about nobody, okay? There are people who also love chess very much.
Of course, but you are one of the ones. And another thing people have talked about is you used to stream quite a lot on Twitch, right? Analyzing some games. Could you see yourself coming back?
I want, but I need technical helper. For it.
I'm sure we can find. I mean, if we have someone watching this interview, what is the technical problem?
Okay, just organize. Let me only speak about chess because.
Let's not talk about your technical problem. The last 2 games, do you feel any pressure at all?
Pressure, okay. Pressure from. Okay. Against Woodward, I was better from the opening. After queen takes b2, he is already in big danger. But today, yes, I was in big danger.
Remind me, your last 2 opponents, do you know? I looked it up earlier. Do you remember who you were playing?
Last Woodward and Suleimanli.
And the next 2 days?
Next, tomorrow I will play against Oro, and last round I will play against Yufa.
Against Yufa, okay. So my last question to you will be Faustino Oro. I talked about you with him. He said that you have played each other before, I believe in Gerba and a couple more.
Yes, 4 games already.
What do you think of him? I mean, he's so young, right? Tomorrow is really the clash of generations.
We can speak after the game.
And what is your history of the games you have already?
Only draws.
Only draws. Okay, so we'll see if tomorrow that will change. Vasil, thank you so much for your time and congratulations.
Okay.
back with the coverage of round 12, the penultimate round of Tata Steel Chess, and everything is happening, and we're coming live to you from the Café des Zones with our amazing audience cheering the players and their fans. Yes, yeah, you can hear Jorden has a lot of fans. And just going to our full board view, we can see a lot is happening as well on our screens. Track the evaluation bar there on the right. Young Edomush, he is looking like he is doing the business against Fedoseev. Also stuff happening in the Vincent Keimer game. And just to point out that the tactic that we had just looked at in Anish's game, although that didn't actually occur, rook takes rook was the move that Anish chose.
Yeah, Anish had this chance to take and then go knight takes e4. Very complicated tactic. F takes e4, rook takes c3. And it looked like he was better in these complications, but it was far from obvious. Lines continue, and Anish instead decided to play quote-unquote normal when rook takes h1 and knight to a4, opting for simplifications. I'm assuming, yeah, Aravind took. Now his point is probably to go for this endgame, because if you take back, then knight takes e6 and your structure starts to look a little weak. So I think what he wants to do is take, knight takes d4. Computer says white is slightly better, but it doesn't look too scary for black either. But yeah, the moment has passed, the one shot to maybe get a good position. Now, draw is a favorite.
Yeah, draw is looking likely in that game, but is not looking likely in the game between Yaz and Vladimir. So let's head there, because suddenly I'm seeing there's a G pawn on G5. And I mean, we left it like this. This was kind of normalish. We were expecting knight e4, maybe knight bd7. And what happened instead?
Yeah, he went knight e4, which he sort of had to do before white goes bishop d2, rook e1, and takes over all the squares. So knight e4, logical, knight to h5. Now you can't kick it because there's some bishop takes e4, knight f6 business. And instead, bishop d8 was played, covers this square, I'm assuming to prepare g6. Bishop out, and g5.
Yeah, that's a bit
Why
rash,
not
isn't it?
g6 at least? I guess he didn't like it after knight g3. But pawn to g5 looks a bit extreme.
Yeah, because I would expect knight to d7.
Oh, bishop c7, tactics.
Well, that's a flash in the pan.
Bishop takes, threatening this knight fork again. That's his point. He distracted the bishop. Knight d7 covers the square. Bishop f5 once again, threatening to take and go for the fork. And that's the position. And apparently, black's king is just too weak.
Right, and it's not just about the king being weak. It's also the queen side is completely tied up. I mean, it hasn't even going. Queen. I mean, how long can black survive this? So you go queen d8, king h8 is another move. Rook e1 is a very... Why not f6? f6 is a move, but I was wondering about bishop takes d7, but bishop takes d7 perhaps isn't the killer blow.
Nah, that's good enough. No takes. Now you have to take the knight because of the fork.
And then bishop
and
takes
we can
bishop.
just take here and pick up a bunch of pawns. Yeah, no, this looks terrible. But so does everything else. He's just in real big trouble.
What did he...
What were we saying? Queen d8, rook e1.
He's played queen d8.
Yeah.
Rook e1 is what we're expecting. Also, I was just going to point out, you know, you just taking control of the center.
Yeah, if you play passively here, you're just going to collapse. There is knight takes c5.
Yeah, and if you take the knights, which is you're forced to do.
Takes, bishop takes, and why is this so bad?
Queen takes b7. Can I...
There's also queen here.
Threatening checkmate, that's good.
Very unpleasant too.
And then queen f8, knight f6.
Yeah, that's just...
No.
Just bad. As you mentioned, queen takes b7 also keeps keeps all the advantages.
Rookie
sorry,
8.
Rook 8 is also there. Good point. Didn't see that. Yeah, looks also
Also very nice.
winning more or less. Yeah. Good point.
And the death sway has come back.
Is he shaking more when he has a good position?
Yes.
That's a thing, right?
This is a thing. He makes it very obvious when he's unhappy, when he's in calculation mode, when he's, look at them. He's very young, but he's very, very good.
Yeah, he's 2.658 at 14 is literally unheard of. Winning some more rating here. What age did Magnus and these guys? Wei was also young. What age did they reach? 2,700?
I think Wei was like 15.
15?
Right, when he broke 2,700, and he was the youngest person to ever do that.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So Erdemush could beat his record. Winning today would help. What else is there? Vincent Keimer also has a big advantage now, apparently. We've seen this kind of stuff where we thought he was better because he gets the 2 bishops, but that's not what happened. G3, H6. Now he took, and he went knight takes F7. Interesting.
Well, you net 2 pawns for the rook.
Yeah,
and 2 pieces.
I'm a bit surprised. Apparently it's good, but my instinct would be just to go back and keep the knight, because these material balances, you get what? You get a rook and 2 pawns against 2 minor pieces. They're always very hard to evaluate. Not for Vincent, apparently. Takes, rook d1. He's saying this is just better. The rule of thumb is if there's queens on the board, normally the 2 pieces are stronger than a rook and 2 pawns, but without queens, can be the other way around.
I also add another one of my little rules
Oh.
here. Yeah.
Jovanka's rules.
Yes. And that's in an endgame, if the 2 pawns, the material you have, are on different sides of the boards, the rook is just a lot better. Because the rook is able to, like for instance, from a rook to e1, if you get control of the e line, you can go up and down, and you can also tend to go side to side, so you can switch between the flanks.
As usual, I didn't get it, so if there's pawns on different flanks, the rook is better?
Yeah, the rook is better.
Okay.
Because the rooks are just so versatile in those open positions, and here you can just go bishop to d2, c4, and then suddenly you can see a rook is able to go from a3 all the way to h3 in one go, once you start clearing the path for it.
Whatever you say.
Yes, it's a good rule. It's a good rule.
It does
Rooks
look
are
like
good.
Vincent is better.
Yeah, Vincent is doing well, and so this is looking nice. We're just expecting Vincent just to go into slow build mode, just clear the way for the rooks. Rook e1 is what I would play, and then slowly come forward. Just make sure that there are no pawn weaknesses for Win to start attacking. Let's go back to the bird's eye view if we can, because I want to just take a look at the evaluation bars, because I'm seeing that Nodirbek is not doing as well as we were thinking he was doing against Matthias. And also in the game Jorden, which is still pretty exciting, against Arjun, the evaluation bar is completely level.
Okay, let's catch up. So Queen b6 played here by Blue Bomb, offering this endgame. Nodirbek said no. Blue Bomb offered the move repetition. Nodirbek also said no, went knight to d4. But now Black had time to break with f6, which you couldn't do earlier because his pawn was under attack. And maybe the worst is over. Queen b2 back, targeting this guy. Takes. Rook takes. What's the material? Black is 2 pawns up currently. Okay, 1 after queen takes b7, but that didn't happen. Went here. Knight to f6. Finally, the silly knight is doing something useful. And rook f1, threatening to take.
Mm-hmm. So how to defend that? Rook d8?
Maybe you don't have to. Maybe rook c8, counterattack.
But then knight moves to e2. It's the only way you can go.
Yeah, it's still a bit scary.
And then there's also still rook takes knight in the air.
Yeah. Computer says everything's fine, just play queen d8, but this looks scary.
Really?
Yeah.
Because immediately I started looking at like rook takes knight, queen b1. Okay, that's.
No, it does look very scary.
Yeah.
Like, Compy, of course, doesn't mind, and
Yeah.
he defends. But I agree. Good news is for Blue Bombers, he's normally very good in these positions once it gets to open board calculating. But it still does look dangerous.
Yeah. Well, it's looking dangerous. And also against Jorden. Jorden against Arjun, if we go there. Because that one was wild. And we saw Jorden attacking furiously with the pawns. But then he kind of did a slight misstep with queen to d3.
Yeah, this was too direct. We were rooting for this funky rook swing with rook h3. Jorden, I think, thought he could win a pawn with queen d3, but Arjun has this queen c8 counter, sidestepping and targeting f5, and f6 was played. Rook to d8 covers the pawn. F takes g. Still a big mess. a5 looking for counterplay. And whoa, look at this. Compy wants g6.
Okay. Well, and then
H5.
h5. That's something. And if you go to g5, you just ignore it. And then you just
No.
go.
I thought he wants h6, but also gives some other moves, f3. That didn't happen. Jorden played h5 first.
Makes sense.
to
h6 incoming.
stabilize, and Arjun took the g-pawn. f4? Whoa.
Wow.
What's this point if we take?
Bishop is going to move.
He wants this, yeah? That's why he
Yeah.
went to f4. Still a big mess.
I don't know. I think I would be very nervous playing this as black. It feels like it's teetering on the edge. Rook f1. Yeah.
I'm not sure. After f4, apparently e4 is the best move. Arjun weighing his options. Doesn't look that nervous. Then again, he never does he?
No, Arjun is a very cool customer. I don't think I've ever seen him flustered at all. And this tournament hasn't gone well for him.
No.
So at some point, you just kind of lose all attachment to the results and you just think, fine, whatever, I'll just play. And e4, attack the queen, queen moves.
I guess you
Take.
And now you can jump here, or you can kick the queen one more time, give another pawn.
Take another pawn, thank you.
Some
Bishop.
counterplay. Bishop somewhere.
Bishop. I wasn't sure about bishop c. Let's go bishop c3.
Is there some trick we're missing?
Yeah, I
No,
thought maybe there
no
might be
trick.
some funny business with some eventual d4. Yeah.
Now it's become incredibly double-edged. Also the type of position where computer evaluation doesn't matter that much, any move it could swing. But according to the computer, you just give all these pawns, and now white should go here, cover this, knight f3, and as usual it's magically equal. It looks anything but equal.
Yeah, it's like at this point, You're not sure whether you should be swapping of queens as black or white.
Just feels like now it's easier to play for Arjun all of a sudden. No, there's no real attack. This pawn is nice, but also shelters the black king. And what black is doing is sort of clear. Push these pawns.
But then I guess the plan becomes clear for white. You stop those pawns, you go queen c5.
Oh, do we have like ideas with...
Oh.
Okay, we need rook g1 first.
Yeah. But it's in there.
I was wondering if we go d4. Ah, yeah,
Yeah.
now.
Well, now
Prepare.
this looks fantastic.
Very hard to stop this. Whoa.
Yeah. Beautifully spotted.
And the discovered check. Okay, it's a bit far right now. This is the position, and Arjun has to decide between, I guess, e4 and e takes f4. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen here. And if Jorden wins, then suddenly he will move over to 7.5 points. And who knows, he might be sharing the lead going into the final round tomorrow. And it's all systems go everywhere, Jan, because we saw Hans in big trouble against Gukesh. Also Anish now in trouble against Aravind. And maybe we can quickly go there because it could be a time-pressing moment, or maybe not.
No, just briefly catching up on Hans against Gukesh, but not too much has happened. He went h4, knight h5, queen c8, keeps control of the squares. Still a piece up, still looks very good for the world champion. So what did Anish do?
Well, he went wrong apparently.
Here we are. Ah, he did play queen takes a4 and allowed this knight takes e6 business. So maybe he disliked the endgame, or he tried to keep more winning chances, or both. Knight takes, pawn takes, king here, king here. And yeah, the bar is not on his side.
But why is it so bad? I mean, what is the threat? If so, the first active move is like rook h7. Get in there.
Yeah, I guess rook h7, we have bishop here. Unless that's hanging the bishop? No, it's not.
No.
And I guess this exchange would help black a bit.
Oh,
so
so
the
you
problem
have to
seems to
prefer
be like c3.
Yep. Okay, now if you go rook h8, everything is fine. It's solid.
Yeah, it's probably just unpleasant long term with this weakness. And if there's no initiative, I don't know, bishop here, f4. One day maybe e5 becomes a topic.
Yeah. So the power of the bishop pair. But it is the kind of position where everything just turned on this rook takes h1.
Yeah, it's such a pity for Anish, because he had this very nice tactical chance.
Okay, I gotta move you
And
on.
he's got to suffer.
Gotta move you on because there's been a big blunder in the game between Nodirbek and Matthias, blue pawn.
Oh, that doesn't sound good for
Yes.
German fans.
So we were looking, we got to this position and we were looking at rook c8.
Yeah.
And he's just gone queen c7, which wasn't on our radar, and the evaluation bar is going crazy up the board. And the big question is why?
I jinxed him. I said he was very good in these positions, and then next move is a blunder. So why is it so bad? He's stopping rook takes f6.
Well, maybe you can go forward.
Shall we ask? We
Yeah,
need
let's
some help,
ask.
like I can read it out.
Let's ask.
White is winning here, apparently, and I still don't fully get it. It's not rook takes f6, which looks normal.
Does anyone have any suggestions as to what Nodirbek should play? Rook f6 is... Sorry?
Part B5 is correct, because, yeah, I was thinking this, but here black just escapes with king to g8, which is the only move, but apparently this holds. But knight cb5.
Okay, you move
and
the
there
queen.
seems to be
You have to hold
big
on
problem.
to the bishop. You have to go queen d8. I don't see any other move. Because otherwise if you...
Okay, let's try
Yep.
that.
And now the rook is loose. Does that give us some extra funny opportunities? Probably not.
Yeah, knight
knight
c6 is
c6.
there. Bishop takes, queen takes.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, but now probably some rook takes f6.
Yeah, that
It's
is
gonna
just
be
crying out to be played, right? And then
Takes.
rook takes again.
Takes. Oh no, this looks bad. And if the king goes, I can't hide yet. King h7, check. King g8.
Check.
This is also checkmate.
Yep.
Oh, that's very bad news for blue bomb. And also knight b5, especially if you see that rook f6 is not winning, is sort of crying out to be played. And after this, Compi even said knight d6 was even stronger, but knight c6.
It's knight
looks
c6
killing.
looked absolutely killing. I mean, it was forced, right? Knight c6. Bishop takes. Queen takes rook.
Yeah,
And
and here you
could you
can
do
keep
something
struggling
else?
on with whatever, queen e8, but it's very bad.
Because bishop takes knight, rook takes f6.
Yeah, this
That
is
was
over.
done and dusted, yeah. Well, what direction is he looking at? What do you...
I don't know, but is there anything else black can try here if we go more active, like I can attack this rook?
Yeah, but okay,
Rook
okay.
F6.
Rook f6. Then pawn takes rook.
Pawn takes. Now you could even take, but apparently this is deadly, which is not too hard to believe, frankly, with this
Yeah.
king.
Yeah, and after king g8, then you can take the bishop.
Or the pawn even, no, like queen f6. And he's played something that looked like that general direction. Yeah, knight cb5 played. Uh-oh, this is bad news for Matthias Bluebaum. And great news for Nodirbek up to Satorov, because if he were to win, he moves into the sole lead again, right?
That's right.
Sindarov drew, and even if Jorden wins, he
Okay.
won't be able to catch him.
Yeah, going into the sole lead in tomorrow's final round. And then he just has to hold his nerve. You know, there's always funny goings on in Wijk in the final round. But knight cb5 looks absolutely deadly. And if the queen doesn't drop back to d8, then you do have rook takes f6 ideas. And the bishop is loose there on d7.
But also, I mean, it's easy to say as usual with the engine bar and hindsight, but queen c7 is a strange move, no? Like asking for trouble, opening up all these pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I reckon he just went into the trap of just looking at the forcing moves, like rook takes f6, the most direct response, and he worked out, okay, that was absolutely fine. He just missed, completely hallucinated.
Yeah, but this is also fairly forcing. No, that's a pity for blue bomb, because yeah, after rook c8, or there were even other moves like queen c5 or rook e3, apparently he was doing all right. But now
His position is
doesn't
collapsing.
look great at all.
It is. And with Matthias, at one point he will come to realize this.
Yeah, so far it doesn't look, because normally he's very expressive. If something went wrong, you can see it. I'm assuming he played queen c4 and missed. Maybe after takes, he thought takes was forced, but here he has counterplay.
Yeah. Yeah, with queen f2 was a bit
Something like that,
deadly.
but queen f2 is killing.
And talking about killing, it looks like Yaz is well on his way to winning his position.
Let's check in with him.
It's just everything is happening everywhere all at once.
So he played rook to e1. Fedoseev didn't go for this knight takes c5 when king h8. But that doesn't solve any of his problems. The long-term weak king and these dormant pieces. Queen e3. Threatening checkmate. Knight f8.
Yeah.
What do you do here? So many tempting options.
Well, knight e5 is one. Queen.
Yeah, knight e5 looks so nice now. And Yas is about to do something. Yeah, there comes the knight.
And what next? How do you defend f7?
I guess queen e7.
No, but queen e7, knight g6. Oh no, hang on, knight
take with the
g6.
knight.
Yes.
Ah, but yeah, you can do this. And here, also threatening this. This looks decisive, no? He's played something.
He's played queen e7.
Queen e7 played.
And is this an only move, right? Bishop takes bishop. Can you do something else, like queen h3 or?
Everything looks good. Queen h3, queen f3, bishop b1. But if this wins by force, I'm sure Erdemush is going to spot it. At the end of this line, did this continue at all? Like queen here, rook here? I'm just wondering if we have any tricks at the end.
There was knight g6. Is that clinical or is that like?
No, yeah, that's what I mean. Now knight g6 takes, rook takes, rook takes.
You have to go knight g3, right?
Knight g3.
To cover f1. Maybe not so easy.
Maybe black can still hang in there for a bit, but it also looks very bad. Knight g6 also wasn't forced, like you can go f4 or
What has he done?
Impressive resilience by Erdemush. No, maybe it was just the opening today, but after losing, did he lose 2 in a row?
Yeah, he did lose 2 in a row.
Come back like that?
And you know, he was in shared second and then suddenly took not 1 but 2 tumbles. But yeah, now he's just focusing, looking at bishop takes bishop, queen h3. He can also go queen h3 directly.
Yeah, just keeping control. Also looks very strong.
Yeah. And then I guess bishop takes bishop, queen takes, and then, you know, you try to see if you can save everything with queen e6. But no, knight f7 is happening, so you have to defend f7. Oh dear, not good for Fedoseev.
Very pleasant choice for the Turkish youngster. He does seem excited.
He's very excited, but things are progressing in exactly the way we expected them in the game between Nodirbek and Matthias. Queen c4 was the response after the knight came to b5. And without hesitation, rook takes f6.
Okay, that one was the easy one. But will he see queen f2?
Well, here's a choice, right? He can go queen b1, rook takes
queen b1
bishop,
is also nice.
and queen f2.
Uh-huh.
And after queen f2, that's more or less instant resignation, right? Queen c1, yes. And then the king will just step up to h2.
Just one check.
Queen g5. And then, okay, here rook takes d7.
Yeah, you don't have to resign, but now it looks like there's no counterplay, and these knights will just be too strong against the poor weak king. No, looks like something that Abdusatorov will spot.
And what about queen b1? That threatens checkmate. You mentioned earlier you can block this with rook e4.
Yeah, but now the bishop is always hanging. Also looks very good, no? Just stops all the counterplay.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Yes, rook e. I just wanted to see whether
What
black
is
had a this move. Well, sorry, I didn't see that one.
The point is now you can't go rook d7 because of rook f1.
But
and
you
if
can
knight
take.
takes, queen takes b5, I was wondering. But unfortunately, it says mate in 7, so it doesn't solve all the problems either.
Queen c1.
Yeah, queen c1 just kills.
Mm-hmm.
No, there's nothing there.
Oh, but
I think Bluebaum is trying to control himself. You must have seen. Things have gone wrong, but if you start shaking your head here, it's sort of giving it away, right?
it is a big giveaway, right? But the thing is, though, what did we look at? So the only way that Nodirbek can go wrong, what about rook takes d7? Could that be one way?
Yeah, that's the only mistake. Even this looks good for white, but here after rook to g8, apparently black has some counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say I fully get it. Ah, there's queen f4 check as well, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's say here.
What's he done?
And he's played something.
Queen f2?
Queen f2 played. Yeah, he's too strong.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just over.
And
It's a
is
double
it
attack.
now?
You're threatening queen f6, queen g7, and rook takes d7 without any counterplay for black. Now,
Here it
this
comes.
is it. Yeah.
And this is the moment where the mask slips from Bluebaum. He did not expect queen f2.
Yeah, it was a strange game. He was in trouble out of the opening, but then just as it looked like he was back in it, he missed his knight b5, which more or less wins on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
So even Bluebaum is joining the blunder is I guess a bit strong, but the ranks of the unhappy for sure today.
Yeah, the ranks of the unhappy. That is a nice way to put this. Yeah, it was just it was a very sharp position. There was a lot of room for error, and in the end, queen c7. That was the mistake. And after queen f2, big threat. Queen takes f6, and rook takes bishop, and it's gonna be very difficult for Matthias after that.
Yeah, in his defenses line we were looking at, like Compi says, rook c8 and black is doing well. But even here, we said, it does look very scary. No, I mean, there's all kinds of tactics in the air, rook f6, knight c6.
Exactly, and you were going back with the queen all the way to d8.
Yeah, this is a very tough move, because I think you sort of rule it out. It looks too passive.
Mm-hmm.
And some rook takes f6 or knight c6 will happen.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it was easy without an engine. But after queen c7, yeah, it was just over.
Yeah.
And now the rest will be agony after queen f2.
It is. And you more or less have to go queen c1. You can't allow a queen to land on f6.
Yeah, I guess you tried this, but it looks hopeless.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you were to go rook g8, knight d6, that's immediate resignation, I think.
Yeah, picking up at least another exchange.
Yeah, and Nodirbek on the verge of winning his game, and that will take him into the sole lead. For Matthias, a difficult game. Also, again, to give you the update, what is happening on the other boards. Maybe we can just go and pull up the full board view, because Yaz found bishop takes bishop and has played queen to h3.
Yeah, he's going for the direct kill, queen h3. Looked like the only way to resist was rook to e8. Because if queen here, this is also line.
Mm-hmm.
But just knight takes f7. Queen has to take. Takes.
But at the moment, the only thing that we were curious about was this rook e8 idea, you know, just kind of argue that black is relatively solid, and you should just ignore the fact that the material is heavily one-sided.
Yeah, and also that's after knight g6, which is not forced. I think he played rook e8. And now Ardemouche has a choice. He can pick up the queen. That should be winning, but at least black can put up some resistance.
But okay, hands up here. We've got to be honest. How many of us would take the queen?
No one.
No one.
Oh.
Very good.
1 or 2.
I think I don't think I would
But
be
then we
able
also
to
need a
resist.
better alternative, no? Yes, about to do something.
Yeah, well, he's got 9 minutes, 40 seconds. How many
This is
moves?
move 26, and he's gone knight g3. Not in a hurry, and apparently this is very strong.
Okay.
Threatening queen takes, followed by knight f5 or
Would
knight
you go
h5
queen
back.
f6, and doesn't the
I
game
think
continue?
then he wants to go knight g6. That's his point. Goes easier to win.
Very nicely
being the
figured
exchange
out.
up than being the queen up. Here we still have knight f1.
I'm very impressed because I'm not entirely sure the audience were 100% honest that they wouldn't have grabbed the queen.
King h7 played.
Okay, well, what do we have? Knight f5 is one option, but then queen f6 still.
Ah, this is nice. Now, yeah, how does white win here? Some nice tactic.
Okay, question from Jan to our audience. How does white break through?
No, careful. This I have to check, but I'm assuming no, because takes and bishop takes e5. And I thought maybe this is still winning, but there is... Ouch.
But
Knight takes h6, yeah, that is the solution. And the point is if the queen takes, king takes, and now we give the discover check, knight g4. And if the king comes here, we have another check. If not, we just end up with, what is it, an exchange and an extra pawn. So that's easily winning. Let's see how it goes. Knight f5 played.
Yep.
It's the first step.
Well, you have to go queen f6.
There's also queen e6.
Is it not the same?
No, because then knight h6,
Yeah.
there's queen takes h3.
Okay.
Maybe that's...
Maybe that's a bit more complicated. Okay, so now here, what to do?
Bad news for black is anything wins for white, like rook e3. Looks extremely convincing. Just preparing. All these tricks, removing the rook.
I was also tempted to go g4.
Yeah,
Just
probably also fine,
anchor.
just making a luft. Ah, no, but g4 you're blocking.
Ah, okay.
Blocking one of our jumps. Fedoseev still has some time.
He does
Maybe
have
we'll
time.
calculate.
And again, keeping track on the other games, I can see that Matthias not coming up with a move just yet. And Anish on the back foot. But for Fedoseev there on our screens, probably queen e6 is the best try. But ultimately, his position is creaking at the seams. Also, Vincent is doing the business against Tie-Dye Van Wyn.
Okay, we can have a quick look around what's going on. Vincent had the strange endgame with the rook and the 2 pawns against the 2 knights. c5 takes.
Well, this was where the rook is so much superior.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that it's so good, because computer says white is just winning, which is not that obvious to me, but I guess
It's the power of the
pawns
rook.
are just...
That's... Well,
he takes with the knight.
What next? Okay, knight b3 is a problem, as you've highlighted, so... Okay, maybe you have to go... I didn't want to go rook a3. Maybe can you move the...
Maybe it's good.
Maybe
no?
it's...
Just
Yeah.
slowly preparing
c4.
to push all the pawns. This is what move 33. Okay, so timer has a lot of time.
Yeah. Okay, lots of time here. Maybe we can, whilst people are thinking about what to do, maybe we check in on Jorden against Arjun, because that one is less clear cut. It kind of went the direction that we were anticipating.
So f4, e4, queen b7. Jorden went queen to b4, offering the exchange of queens. Queen c7, queen c3. Arjun took the pawn, but at least his bishop is springing to life. Jorden exchanged the knight, went king here. Who's better and why? I can see the bars is equal. One more move was played, rook here.
Well, in a rook and pawn ending, I would argue maybe it's easier for white to play with the passed pawns. Here, this one, I don't know. Anything can happen.
Still busy counting its equal pawns, or no? Jorden has one more technically.
Yeah.
5-4.
But the problem is black is so active. Like rook c, you almost feel like rook c4 is coming.
Yeah, he will go somewhere.
Yeah. Queen takes rook. It's not possible because the queen is there on g5 defending. So rook dc8, and I don't know, this is messy. Like if you go c3, you know, it's kind of almost inviting sacrifices. e3.
Yeah, still very much all three results in play.
Well,
on the clock, that move 32. Okay, no time trouble. Arjun has 50 minutes. Jorden has 18.
And still, if we go, well, this one we're undecided. It's inconclusive. Who's better? We don't know. Black, for the time being, has some initiative. e3 incoming, rook c4, whereas white is not going to find an easy path to crash through.
No, but anything could happen also. If white stabilizes or if he gets h6, there will always be backrank matrix and an endgame. He has this past a-pawn.
Right.
So Jorden has his chances as well, for sure.
Yeah. But for the time being, it's like Jorden is very much on the defensive. Rook c4, rook c8, pressure, you got to defend. And neither side is feeling particularly safe. And if we pull up the full board view, because, I mean, Queen e6 played in the game between Yaz and Vladimir.
Yeah, let's stick with that one. That one should be over soon. Queen e6 on the board, and rook e3 already played, keeping all his advantages, and now he's threatening knight to g4 mainly, queen f5, check. That's just absolutely nothing that black can do.
Rook e3, very nice. Precise until the very end. Knight takes h6, knight takes f7 in the air.
What do you know about Vladimir Fedoseev?
Fantastic player.
That much we know.
That much,
2700.
But he has a tendency to be reckless at some moments. Like, you know, he will go all in, and moments where he doesn't necessarily need to. And as white, he's fantastic. Really very strong opening repertoire. As black, at moments, we've seen him a little bit shaky. So, for instance, you know, we saw how he lost 16 moves against Hans Niemann.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's been a trend for him in this tournament. It mainly looked like his Petrov preparation, not his understanding. He understands where the pieces are going, but in these move-by-move long lines, because I think I talked about this the other day, he prefers his bishop d6. He decided for this tournament I'm going to play this every day, and every day he gets tested. These lines are very sharp, and you have to memorize a lot of long stuff, so I feel it's not so much in his style, while there are more quote-unquote quiet lines in the Petrov, so maybe he will make a switch at some point.
Yeah, but I've noticed that he is prepared to take on those reckless lines. Like I remember the World Cup, you know, where he went for a line which it almost paid off against Wojciech, but it was this d4, b6, bishop b7, f5 kind of idea.
Yeah, but there he wasn't a must-win with black there. Okay, you have to gamble a bit. Just looks like for this tournament he's decided, okay, I'm going to study this bishop d6 Petrov and play it every game. But people are asking tough questions, and today he once again didn't really make it out of the opening. This knight b8 back, and he was already under big pressure here, then collapsed. So not as bad an opening disaster as against Hans Niemann round 1, but once again he just got killed out of the opening. So he has a weakness there. Obviously, he's a super grandmaster and has all the tools. Even I think he was high rated than 2700. Tremendous in rapid and blitz, former rapid. I think world champion. He shared the title with Vichy once, or maybe he lost a tiebreak. I'm not sure. But he's very, very strong. Just looked like his prep for this tournament. People are catching on.
Yeah, well, it hasn't worked out well for him in this game. Rook e3.
Queen f6 now, but that allows all the same tricks we've mentioned earlier. Knight takes h6, or knight to d7 also wins with similar ideas. So this would be check.
And the sway has come back, and that means only one thing, Jan. Knight takes h6. I think it's just irresistible. He can also go knight d7.
Yeah, anything, or not anything, but knight d7, knight g4, knight takes h6 all look like they finished the game. So here you also lose the queen, but he's gone knight takes h6. And if black takes, the easiest is to just take, give this check, take the rook.
Yeah, that would be
this
very...
apparently also wins, but why bother?
That's just way too flashy.
No, I would expect him to resign now. Doesn't look like there's any
well, he's coming to that conclusion. Just to, again, remind everyone that it is queen takes knight that we're expecting.
No, I'm expecting no more moves. I'm expecting no more moves.
You're expecting resignation.
Yes.
But I just wanted to highlight is because queen takes knight, just to remind everyone that this is what we're expecting. Queen takes queen. King takes knight to g4. That is clinical.
Knight g4 is better than this, because here you lose a knight in the end. No need.
Yeah, there's no need to go in for complications.
Here you have this.
King steps back. Here, and there's, yes, you know, you can go knight to e6 and try to fight, but honestly, it's not much of a fight because, as Jan is pointing out, you can simply chase down the bishop.
Okay. So do we wait for resignation, or do we give to save some space?
It's always a tricky decision. Maybe we move on from this, and we are expecting the next few moves to be they're pretty much ordained. You know, it's going to be. I don't see anything for black. Let's just move on from this, Jan, and let's go to another game. It's not so easy for Aravind against Anish. Anish is fighting hard.
Anish is hanging in there.
Yes, it took him an exchange, but he is definitely hanging on.
But Aravind gave a pawn, no? Why give that pawn? I don't understand.
Well, if we move...
Just play c3 and enjoy this endgame.
Well, maybe he had ideas of winning the g6 pawn or something.
Let's see.
Or maybe it was a blip.
I don't know. It's hard to believe he would blunder that pawn, but why?
Well, what did he play?
It's a central pawn. Okay,
Bishop
so
c1.
he went f4, queen takes here, bishop c1.
Okay, next move was going to be bishop
He
d3.
wanted this, yeah. Anish didn't wait for it, but gave the exchange. Rook takes f4. Good move.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes, queen takes, and now all of a sudden, anything can happen. Black has two pawns, opposite colored bishops. The knight is jumping. Queen here.
Mm-hmm.
But queen e5, apparently a mistake. He thought it's a double attack, which it is. But there's this very nice counter, queen b6. And if takes, white wins the knight.
Yep.
Okay, a lot of stuff happening here, but after queen b6, apparently Aravind is doing well again.
Oh, for a second I thought that had been played, but he has to defend the
Yeah,
b7
you can go
pawn.
knight d8 and nothing direct happens. It's just so passive. Right?
Right.
Here he could have played bishop d4 or something, but I think he got excited and saw this double attack, maybe thinking he was winning.
Yeah, well, now dealing with the position that's actually occurred with queen to b6, knight to d8 is what I'd expect. Aravind has to move the bishop.
And
He's got some
Anish,
choices.
Yeah,
He goes
he's done
knight
it,
d8,
knight
yeah.
d8.
And now I'm torn between going bishop f8 and bishop d3. Sorry, bishop f8, bishop f3, bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop f3 looks more logical, attacking this pawn. Now,
Yeah, he
bishop
goes
d3
for
we
it.
take. Still a mess, but the knight is so passive now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess you can't lose the b7 pawn. And you can't... Yeah, that's for some people, but not for me.
And Matthias Bluebaum is...
Yeah, he's now
How did
in that phase.
Call himself? Sometimes he's sitting there and asking himself why he made that stupid move. I think
I liked how
we're there.
he told the children this. He had no qualms whatsoever. When the kids asked him a question, he just said, yes, sometimes I'm just feeling like, why am I doing this? I'm so stupid, blah, blah, blah. I was like, Matthias, you're talking to a kid. Doesn't stop him. Well...
Isn't that how you're supposed to talk to kids? Like, just be honest with them, they'll understand.
No.
No?
No, you're meant to sugarcoat everything. Are you serious?
Kids are smart.
You don't.
Hmm?
You don't sugarcoat details to your children. Do you just tell them, no, it's a cruel game, tough?
Oh yeah, chess, I'm telling them for sure. It's a horrible, horrible game.
Yeah.
I know many chess players. None of them are happy. You keep reading books.
Oh, and that's that moment. But it's all over for Matthias. There's nothing to be done. You have to cover f6. You have to give up the bishop on d7. And the alternative for Matthias is just to prolong the inevitable with queen g5, or just accept resignation right now. You know Matthias very well. Do you think he will continue the game?
Doesn't really make a difference. I think you make 3-4 token moves here. You go queen g5. It feels like might as well, but there's no hope, and he will come to terms with it. No, the good thing for Matthias, and we've also seen it in this tournament, even if he makes mistakes and loses a game, he looks broken during the game, but normally he comes back strong the next day. So he's quite good at shaking it off. Also, if we look at his results here, yeah, he lost his game early on to Sindarov, and then he didn't win.
Yeah.
2 completely winning positions against Arjun, against Tai Daivan, and every day it looked like he was collapsing. But then he came back, beat Gukesh, beat Anish, has a great tournament, won a lot of rating.
He's had a fantastic tournament.
He is very resilient, even though.
And you know, if it doesn't work out with him with chess, I do think he should have a go at amateur dramatics. I mean, look at
But he's not acting. He's very
No, but if
genuine.
he's able to access those emotions, look how he's able to entertain us. Look at
I'm not sure he has the range, because it looks like it's the same emotion quite often.
There's still some Shakespearean play somewhere where he'll be in his element.
Anyway,
And
let's stop
handshake.
torturing. Why is he so happy? I don't understand anything.
Well, it was a beautiful finish, Jan. That's why we've got to show everyone exactly how this game panned out.
Checkmate. I was wrong. He didn't resign. There were some moves played. And I was also wrong. Jas didn't go for the winning endgame, but he went straight for the kill. Queen f5. Okay, it's not like he's risking all that much either. Still an exchange. 2 pawns and an attack. What's going on here? Some last swindles? No, it's also a bluff. That didn't happen. Check and g4 checkmate.
Nice. And with that win, Adamush moves
Hang on.
to 6.5.
Yeah, back on a plus score, and it looks like Jorden is done. How did that end so quickly?
That finished in a draw. Let's recap the last few moves.
We've seen this. Queen to d4, queen to g2, attacks the pawn. Come on, give poor Matthias a break, please. They repeated moves somehow, yeah? Queen a4, rook a8, queen d4, rook c8, queen a4. Arjun also not in the mood to push his luck any further in this tournament. He could have continued with some move like this. But moves were repeated. Doesn't get Jorden any closer to contention, but it's still a fantastic result.
Yeah.
Of course, winning would be nice, but +2 in Wijk aan Zee and one of the top spots, winning a lot of rating, establishing himself as a 2700 player. Still very good stuff from Jorden van Veres.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Jorden. Also, maybe he'll come out of this game a little bit disappointed that he didn't manage to put more pressure. But in the final position, it was really just all 3 results possible, and I can understand this urge to repeat the position because it was very wild.
You shouldn't be too upset. Maybe this moment earlier, like once again, it's easier with computer, but here it looked like everything was good for him. And after this rook h3, Black was very close to collapsing, so maybe that he can kick himself for.
Yeah.
But after that, just a tough fight.
And it's also good news for Anish, as Arvind, he's blundered a pawn yet again.
What is he doing? Like, he went f4, just gave up this central pawn. Then we got this exchange sacrifice. It looked like Anish sort of counter-blundered. Blundered is strong, but missed this queen b6 move. Knight to d8, bishop to f3, pawn to d5, king to a2.
And queen f.
Allowing queen takes g5. Not sure we can call that a blunder, but he didn't have to allow it because he had rook h7, just stopping queen g5.
Yeah, he had that, but I guess he set up this king a2 because he thought c4 was a coming, and yes, it is a coming, but it allows this counter strike again, queen f4, and now bishop e2 is more or less forced.
He's not treating his pawns very nicely today. Here, queen to e4. A rook here.
If you go there,
So
queen
here.
b3.
Queen some. Ah, well, queen b3. I have some threats.
Oh dear. So you do. Okay, no, I don't have anything fancy, so what to do?
The only move seems to be pawn to c5. Of course, it's not a forced line, I'm just doing nonsense.
Aha.
But to threaten this check.
Move the queen.
Yeah, move the queen, but then at least black doesn't win material. But looks like Anish is fine. He picked up another pawn. And Aravin's attempts to open the position with his c4 with the bishop here didn't really materialize. He's about to make a move.
What's he doing to do? I don't think he's going to go in with a bishop.
No, queen
He's
e4
gonna queen
first
e4.
was good. Yeah, queen e4 played.
And
Rook to e1, forced.
I think we're going to be seeing a result very soon in the Nodirbek Matthias game.
All right.
He's given up. Now we're going to see knight takes e4. And now he's just...
Okay, he made the time control on 7 seconds, but he's a piece down. Okay, we'll take a moment to calm down on move 41, but
okay, I
White
thought
still
that
has too many pawns, so there's no hope.
And also between Hans Niemann and Gukesh, if
Just
we
a
go
second,
to this,
let me just catch up on the last
Sorry
moves
about
here,
that.
but yeah, okay, there wasn't much hope. Knight d6. And some nice tactics here by Nodirbek, actually. You can't take with the rook because of knight f7. And if you take with the queen, that's what happened. Knight takes e4. It's beautiful, covering his queen. And after queen takes e4, this is checkmate. So Blue Bomb went for this endgame a piece down, but that is hopeless.
yeah,
I guess
you
just take
king g2 and
g2, whatever.
also I was tempted to set up some checkmating ideas with knight g4, knight f6.
Yeah, I think anything will do.
Yep, anything will do, as Nodirbek is a piece up with very active pieces, so it is hopeless for Matthias. Also, Gukesh doing extremely well against Hans Niemann.
Still has that extra piece. And now Niemann only has one pawn. I'm sure there's smart stuff, but even if we just play it very simply. Okay, the knight is a bit stuck, but it will come back. No, king f7, no, knight e7, g6.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, black just wins.
Yes, you travel on the light squares, and that's all you need to do. So, again, I'm hunting for where there is drama. And no big time scrambles
Blue Bomb
anywhere.
has resigned.
Oh, well, that means Nodirbek, with this victory, he moves into the sole lead with 8 points going into pole position for tomorrow's final round.
Who does he have tomorrow again? He plays Arjun, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Paper, of course, very, very tough game. Black against Arjun, Erigaisi. But it hasn't been Arjun's tournament, and there could be scenarios where Arjun doesn't try too hard. We'll find out how it goes tomorrow.
We will find out, but do remember, last year Arjun was the one who stole the chances from Gukesh. He defeated him defeated him last year, and yeah, the agony is real. But Matthias has had a fantastic tournament so far. For Vincent Keimer, you can just see how many white pieces there are on the board, and that is, and all the pawns. I mean, just take a look at them. They're very impressive. And Rook coming to D1. The bishop is probably going to take a step backwards and start targeting, or help the rook target D6.
Yeah, we've seen this. He didn't go for this rook A3, just went rook D1, king E6, and now pawns start advancing. Poor Tata, yesterday he had all these pawns, didn't work. Now Vincent has all these pawns, also doesn't look like it's going to work for him.
No.
Just a tough, tough event for the Czech star.
Unlucky. And maybe because this one looks like it's relatively in control. I don't envisage any drama happening. Maybe we can catch the final moments of Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Aydin Suleimanli in the challenges.
I'm just being informed because we had this talk about chess engines earlier. And I said everyone uses 17.1 or whatever the latest version is, and they released 18 during this show. So.
That's impressive. So everyone's gonna go back to their rooms and download.
Time to upgrade.
Exactly. See what the new engine is saying. And I can tell you this new engine will be saying that Black is doing very well here, with a queen posted up on H1. Suleimanli with a win would tie Andy Woodward for first place.
Keeps getting these attacking positions, no? The other day against Yufa, he got his queen to A1 winning. Now his queen made to H1.
Yeah. But the question is like how to find the killer blow here. The F8 square nicely covered.
I hate it when this happens and they play some sort of King's Indian and then all these pieces are creeping towards your king. You just know. It's going to be checkmate somewhere.
Well, it's white to play.
Yep.
So what can Maurizi play? There's also, is there knight H3, knight H4?
Probably also there, yeah.
Okay, so you have to do something. Okay, queen H4, only move. Yeah, now a knight's coming to F4. And a quick count of the material tells us everything is balanced.
Yeah, but and the poor king. Now Maurizi in big trouble. Had a great tournament, but recently the other leaders have made his life tough. Lost to Warmerdam, lost to Woodward, and looks like he's gonna lose to Suleimanli today as well.
Yep.
But since we're in the challengers, how's the game of the day going?
It's still very balanced. I would say that Ivanchuk is a little bit better. But it's a queen and pawn endgame. Anything can happen.
Can anything happen?
Well, we gotta sell it. I mean, it's still pretty balanced. And one can always go wrong.
Yeah, draw.
Yeah, I suspect.
Fausti also doesn't look that concerned. He's checking out the other games.
Well, they've passed move 40, so there's not going to be any time trouble issue there. Good news for Elina Rebers. She is doing very well against Liu Miaoyi, so she could move on to 2 points with a second victory. And everything is going to plan for Gukesh in his game against Hans Niemann.
And we have Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the tournament leader. In a moment.
We'll just
you can't write "we go live to Nodirbek" and then add "in a moment."
Well,
so Elina's winning.
Yeah, she's winning. This is her game against Liu
Second
Miaoyi.
game.
Yeah.
About time.
It is about time. Also, it's not that easy in the game between Aravind and Anish.
Big congratulations. You beat Matthias Blubaum to take the sole lead here with 1 round to go. How important was today's win?
Yeah, it was extremely important. I mean, going for the last round, this half point ahead. Yeah, but the last round will be decisive, and it's always nice to win, but tomorrow is a very important day.
Tell us a little bit about what your mindset was coming into today's game. What was your game plan, and did it change at all, or what did you think when you saw Vachier make a quick draw?
My plan for today's game was, to get the big fight, and because I made 3 draws, and I was a little bit disappointed with my yesterday's game because it was a very dry, very boring game, and I didn't get enough play. So yeah, for today's game I was really trying to get a fighting position, and about Vachier's game, I didn't look at that game. Apparently he made a quick draw, which is a very sensible. I mean, anyway, it's last round will be very decisive.
We're going to look at your game in a second. Just a final question. As you said, tomorrow's game, well, tomorrow everything will be decided, and you've been here many times before, and we have seen leaders fall at the last hurdle.
Including myself. Yes.
Do you think your experience from previous years will help you tomorrow, or it's just the last day here is unpredictable?
Yeah, you never know. It's very unpredictable. I mean, I had this situation in 2023, also 2024. I have big experience, but it doesn't help if you not learn from your mistakes. So it's of course it's nice to be in this kind of situation, but all the pressure is on, so it's too early. Yeah.
We will see tomorrow. Let's look at today's game. It looked like you took some nice initiative out of the opening.
I was very happy with my opening because I think I tricked him with move orders, because here obviously instead of h3 short castle is the main move, then black gets knight h5 and it's a big tabia. So the h3, my idea is to just wait for a moment, because if he plays knight h5 I take and go g4 and maybe long castle and I have an attack. So he played knight f8 and bishop g3 with the idea of, like, if he plays bishop c6, take and long castles, and also I wanted to get some complicated position. After knight e6, his knight is on e6 misplaced, so I have this bishop e5 move, and I guess he has to go for this line, because otherwise I go f4 and it's very unpleasant for him. Yeah, he went for this position. I thought it should be, for sure it should be better for white, but I was not sure how much. And I have, after knight e5, I have many different good options, but finally I had to decide to go for something. So bishop h7, it's very logical. Before here I was expecting actually knight e6. I saw some lines with like pawn sack, like any move, queen d2 or something, and I thought what should be doing well. And when he went for knight f8, I thought, okay, I have good pawn structure. I have wonderful square on d4, but his plan is f6, and I have to do something very quick. I played e4, but maybe knight d4 was more practical, like f6, maybe knight f3, and keeping tension on knight e2, knight d4. But yeah, I went for e4, queen a5 here. Yeah, probably queen d2 was very slow. I thought maybe rook a d1. After I played queen d2, I was.
Could you feel your advantage starting to slip a little
yes,
bit?
Yes, exactly. I thought my position should be like better, but I have also many options. That was confusing to me because I have many options. Queen d3 was even possible, like queen, rook a d1, as I said. Maybe rook a d1 was even stronger. Because after queen d2, I think he played very accurately and equalized pretty much. Here, queen a5, I made a repetition, but I wasn't sure, like...
Did you ever consider repeating?
No. Obviously not. No, here maybe I could have gone for this endgame, but okay, it should be objectively equal. So queen d2, this queen b2, okay, knight d4 was already... actually, I missed f6 because I was thinking only rook a c8. After f6, it's already, I think, the advantage is gone, and it's just an equal position.
Did you feel some of our viewers noticed that on the camera you looked a bit more nervous than usual? Usually you're always so calm and with a poker face. Could you feel that as well?
Yeah, no, obviously, because I want to obviously win this game, and partly I was nervous because I had less time, and after f6 I didn't see a good way for me to continue, putting pressure, because it's just if this knight gets out, it's like completely fine for black and maybe even better for him. So I went queen b2, and here I went for this line. I couldn't evaluate, I couldn't assess the position, but it seemed very dangerous for him.
It does seem very dangerous.
Practically, so I think it was a good practical, decision. But after, queen c7 was, very surprising because he had also time, and it's very critical position, and he made a move, queen c7, which is
very uncharacteristic mistake. It feels for him.
Yeah, I think that he just missed knight cb5 because after knight cb5 I didn't see a defense for him already.
It's pretty much lost on the just loses on the.
So instead of queen c7, I think any move should be fine, but
I think queen d8 was one of the
queen d8, yes, queen d8. I saw sort of many lines, but okay, I wasn't sure, like, with my position. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's actually just see let's just show the winning line, because you played it also at the board so fast.
Yes.
You spent some time on knight b5, and then
knight b5. I realized that I have knight b5, and this queen is overloaded, so it has to move, and I take, and this queen f2 is very important. I think which he missed. I think after queen f2, it just lost. It's a very nice in-between move, and after that I covered e1 square and f1 also. Okay, can't take because check, and even rook e1. So I have this queen f2. I cover this, and I attack on f6. It's very important tempo, and it's over after that.
And big win again. Now you are in the solid, only one game to go. The game starts 2 hours earlier than usual. Does that bother you, or do you think you'll be fine?
Yes, I think it's a little bit disrupting, but we have played this many times, so it should be fine.
And the final question about your last round opponent, Arjun Erigaisi. He's not having a good tournament, but he's shown last year as well when he was having a bad tournament, and he won the last 2 games. How do you see him as an opponent for tomorrow?
Yeah, he beat me last year, in a very important game. So this year is also going to be a very decisive game against him. So yeah, it's becoming tradition, because my game against him in any kind of tournament is decisive. So I think it's going to be a very interesting game.
Well, we look forward to that game. Nodirbek, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again going into the last round tomorrow as the leader, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And back to the studio, Jovanka and Jan.
Thank you, Fiona. And it is great hearing the thoughts of the tournament's sole leader, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who had that important win against Matthias Blubaum. Well, the fog of time travel has cleared and has left us with some remaining positions. So let's just keep to the full board view and let's just take stock of what has occurred.
Yeah, Gukesh is going to win against Hans Niemann. They reached this end game where Gukesh still has an extra piece. He has to take a little care that not all the pawns disappear, but it does look like he shall win. Then we have Aravind versus Giri, where a lot of stuff happened in the time trouble, but now the game is about to end. We can actually wait for this game to be over. Aravind is going to put his king on e2. And hands will be shaken.
Yeah, they're making eye contact.
No handshake yet, but I guess they can move the bishops back and forth 3 times.
They're in an opposite color, bishop endgame, so a lot of shuffling can occur, but the players are now repeating. And that is going to be a draw. So that means that two games are remaining in the Masters. As you mentioned, Gukesh going to be winning against Hans Niemann, and Vincent Keimer is also in impressive shape against Tai-Dai Van Nguyen.
Yeah, he's much better. I'm still a bit surprised that the evaluation keeps saying it's so winning, because it still is weird material with rook and 2 pawns against 2 knights. But apparently, what was your rule? Pawns on both sides, rook dominates?
Yes, because the rook is so versatile, it can just keep switching from side to side, from up, down, and the minor pieces are not able to transfer so easily.
So Vincent Keimer also in very good shape, should win this game. We'll go for a brief break after this time control and then be back with the 2 remaining clashes in the Masters.
Welcome back, and now the time control has been reached in round 12, the penultimate round here at Tata Steel Chess. And we've said it time and time again, in Tata, the chess always delivers. It delivers tales of the unexpected, it delivers brilliances. But right now, during the break, something very funny happened. And Jan, we've got to pull up the game between Hans Niemann, Gukesh, because when we left it, we were like, it is just a win for Gukesh. He just has to be patient. And then something in the air caused this.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. We've seen this endgame and we thought, okay, it's just over, which it is. He will bring the pieces, bring out the other knight, and then slowly convert his extra piece. But instead, Gukesh decided to sacrifice one of his knights. And as you can see from the bar, not a good decision, because now apparently the position is a draw, which, yeah, is a bit shocking, but he must have thought that this is an easy win for him. He puts the king here, puts the knight back and pushes his pawns, but apparently not, so we'll have to figure out what's going on.
Well,
Niemann is waiting, knight e6 check.
The king
d5.
Yeah, it's important that the king stands its ground, isn't pushed back. And what did he play, g5?
No, he didn't play it yet. But apparently this is now not winning for black any longer. And Gukesh is really going to kick himself, because it's not like this position should have been difficult to convert for him. We tried a bit during the break, but it was just a fairly straightforward win, proving his pieces. While now, how easy is this? If I go g5, let's say, it still looks good for black, at least.
Yes, and I guess, like, how to hold this one? Like, what is the technique here?
Yeah,
I don't immediately see it.
I don't understand either, so let's try some computer moves. So computer says king to d6, pawn to g4, let's say. The only move is bishop to e1.
Okay, okay, and after...
Pawn to f4.
And now the king finds its way
the
back.
King hustles back. Still shocking this is a draw. But if we push, the pawns don't go anywhere. Now it's starting to look like a draw. And if we don't, there's just no way to win. Like knight g5 looks logical, stopping this. Then bishop here. And apparently there's no way to make progress.
Yeah. It shows how versatile the bishop is. But we did have a move. King e7 was tried by Gukesh.
So you realize it's not so straightforward and starts some maneuvering.
And probably you have to go king c6, which is the move that Hans played, because otherwise king d7
king
happens.
Comes here, it's winning. It's just so weird with the king far away and you have these two passed pawns.
You'd think it was just automatic, right?
Yeah, but it's the same construction. Bishop pushes the king, king goes wherever, and the bishop waits here. Once the pawns start running, the king runs back. But let's see what's actually happening, because it looks like they made some moves. Knight d8 check, king d5. Gukesh is just repeating once. Knight e6, king c6. Now he's going to try something else. But yeah, this
it's very
chess is so cruel. He's going to be kicking himself.
Yeah, why
much
rush?
for going for this if he doesn't end up winning?
Yeah,
and just we did some slow stuff. I was looking during the break because it looked like White's only hope was to exchange a pawn here, but it doesn't matter. Just g takes f, and then very slowly but surely the black king comes.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever.
And the problem is that White can't contest the white squares, so you can literally start coming in.
Yeah, black just brings his knight, and then
well,
I'm trying to explain it, struggling as usual.
No, but you can move the knight to g6 and do it that way, and then come in with the king to d4. and
No, eventually.
eventually it has
It
to
will collapse.
give.
Like we will get the square and pick up all the pawns.
Yeah.
Still some work, but also the eye test says black has to be totally winning with these pawns blocked and the extra
Yeah.
piece.
Well,
Well, what he did. Let's
Took-
see what's going on.
talking about eye tests, I mean, you'd look at the game position and you'd think.
Still looks
It's
winning.
still-
in fairness,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, how on earth can White hold this? But first up, the red outline on the board has appeared, so it appears
Only
bishop
move.
to b4 is the only move, which may not be that obvious.
Yeah, it's pushing the king back, so it can't hurt. But I also can't say why is this losing. For example, then the knight jumps and the king comes here.
Okay.
And if we give the check first, now the bishop goes. Now after knight f4,
You go king d6.
the key is that the king can't reach this square.
Oh, fine margins. Such a complicated position. Now this is for Hans. He has
Hans
to
about to
find.
move.
Yes, he finds the correct defense. Step 1 achieved.
King f7. Niemann, a very strong endgame player. He does like endgames and technical positions. And king to d5. Oh, that's not the way.
Oh
Whoa.
no. Okay.
And the difference is once again that knight f4 will come with check. So king to d6 was a draw apparently. But let's figure out why this is losing.
Okay. What to do? G4.
So you go here.
The bishop comes back.
Let's say this. And now knight to f4 check.
King D.
Yeah, that's the big question. I guess king d6 would be consistent. Because king d4, king e6, and then I guess
Yes.
picking up the pawn. So king here. Now the knight does some jumping.
But even this,
Controls f4.
bishop moves to c3 or g3. I mean, and then here king.
So now the king is not in
Yeah.
time to run back. Oof, complicated. Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah.
Wow, so maybe Gukesh won't get a sleepless night. 'Cause that would be rough.
No, but Hans
Also,
will.
only winning move g4. Is he going to spot it?
Well, he was reaching. It appeared for the knight.
Yeah, because knight f4 looks very normal, but then king d6 and somehow White is back to holding. 'Cause here he has counterplay. Don't ask me why, it's too complicated, but apparently this is a draw again.
But it looks so ridiculous that that should be a draw. The bishop is, and the king are far away from the defense, and yet somehow they're still in time.
It seems like the key is, keeping the black king out of it. If the black king can't join here, then they can deal with the pawns.
Okay, only one move for the win.
Only move. Is he going to do it?
Yeah, this is not a moment to rush Gukesh. G4. So let's run through this one more time, just for clarity's sake.
No,
he doesn't
no.
find it.
Oh. And king d6 back. Draw again, but he could still go back and then assume the same position will show up on the board.
Yeah.
Wow. Ugh, it's easy to feel smart here with the engine bar, but I have no
Yeah.
idea what's
And
going
with
on.
the table base as well, telling us that this is just a draw. But again, super instructive. So options for Gukesh. He can try and repeat the position. Knight e6, he can also start pushing the pawns.
What happens if we go g4 now?
And like, wasn't it to go bishop e1, or is that?
Apparently,
No,
no,
that
bishop
was
e1,
wrong.
then we get this.
Mhm.
So we have to go here. And now we have this,
King
this
d5.
mechanism again.
And if you go f4, then king
Once
steps
the king
to e4.
joins, it's fine apparently.
Yep.
And if g3, you just wait.
Yeah, and you can't ever advance the f pawn.
Tough.
Well, is the moment for Gukesh. Will he repeat one more time? And do you think Hans will simply go into it?
Thing is, if you're the defender and you know, of course, that you're repeating the position, then
You're
it's
gonna
tempting
go
to
into
just
it,
do it.
yeah.
Right?
Well, Gukesh has 15 minutes to work things out. Visually, it looks like it's busted for white. But as we saw, the key is to keep the black king at bay and then drop back with the white king. I mean, it's a strange one, Jan. I'm a little bit speechless.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering, because it looks so winning, how much we can fault Gukesh for going here. Just the other thing looked completely
No
risk-free and winning, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
still have to figure out how it collapses, but it's clear it has to collapse.
Yeah.
So,
But this is something that I have noticed with Gukesh's play. He's always going for the most forcing moves. He likes his long calculations. Whereas it would have been a lot more practical just to maintain that extra piece.
still.
It's a gamble. And it
Yeah,
may
there
or
was
may not.
no point gambling in this position, but I guess he didn't think it was a gamble, because it does look like two connected passed pawns supported by the knight. How can they not win?
Well, as Gukesh thinks, maybe we cast our eyes on the bird's eye view in the challenges, because a lot of games remaining, and maybe we can just do a spot assessment.
Before we do that, I have to put my German hat on and check how Vincent Keimer is doing.
Okay.
Still winning, but apparently no decisive progress made yet either. Compy wants h5, which looks nice, breaking up these pawns, but there's still too many of them.
Yeah.
Okay, challengers, what's happening?
Yeah, let's go in and check in on these positions. So Carissa is hunting her third and final GM norm. Unfortunately, it's not
today.
looking like it's happening today, as she is losing against Daniel Juffer. She's material down. She does have a queen and knight, but ultimately, if Juffer takes care, he shouldn't do very much win this one. And if we move down to Vasil Ivanchuk against Faustino Oro, that's the queen and pawn endgame. I think Vasil will have a lot of fun there. He's got the more active queen. There's a tremendous margin for perpetual checks. But how accurate does Faustino have to be?
I see no way that Faustino's losing this. He's so good at calculating like these small lines quickly. He got some new water. If queen takes h6, queen e5 check, picks up this pawn. Wow. He just finished the water in one zip.
Well, that wouldn't be a sip. It would be a gulp.
Very much so.
Yes.
And he's looking at Ivanchuk like, time to go home.
But it's not time to go home, because you've captured on h6.
Also, is Ivanchuk awake? The hand is doing something.
Yeah, he's awake and he's thinking.
There he is.
Okay.
No,
well,
I think Faustino's holding this without big drama.
Okay, and for Marc-Andrea Maurizi against Aydin Suleimanli, if Aydin wins this, he will tie for first place alongside Andy Woodward, and is looking great for black.
Checkmatey.
Well, yeah, there's some discovered checks in the fray. So say you go queen. You can't run away with your king either. But okay, you go queen d4.
But why isn't this losing the queen? I don't understand anything.
Because you go king e1, and then knight takes, and then you go knight g6.
Ah, we have a counter fork. Oh. So that's the good news, but the bad news is black keeps attacking.
Knight g6, double
Still, you have
check.
to allow all kinds of double checks.
Yeah.
Here. Now there's nothing for white. The queen is to go. Black gets time.
Oh, this is nice shot.
And queen d4 played.
Okay.
So Suleimanli still has to spot this. Very strange, no? You give this discovered check and then you don't take the queen, but you allow the discovered check instead. Then you win.
But I very much get the impression that Suleimanli is at home in this type of complicated position. I mean, we've seen him navigate these with barely any time left, and he's got 13 minutes and 40 seconds ticking down. But let's just one thing. If Suleimanli gets afraid and does knight to e6, king e1, and say right now he loses his nerve and goes knight takes queen, then suddenly this feels like it will
White
turn
is all right,
quite a bit, yeah. And there, yeah. I just wanted to check how much the evaluation bar would rise.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's an endgame where white is a pawn up, but Suleimanli is not going to allow that.
Nope.
What else is going on?
Okay, and it's also looking good for...
Erwin, let's check Erwin. Oh, sorry. go.
Yeah. Let's check Erwin against Panasar. Erwin
likes
having the
to sacrifice exchanges, but here he's an exchange up. Black has a bunch of pawns.
Well, there's also c5 coming, so you get the knight out of the way.
Yep. Looks like it's Erwin who has to be careful here. So you go here, but then this pawn just runs.
Oh dear. And that's a very natural move. Next move.
Black's too active.
Yeah, there's also a5 as well. There's no way for the white king to approach.
Yeah.
So Owen, in a spot of bother there, he has to play very precisely, perhaps approach with the king, as Jan is pointing out.
Yeah, this is the way to save the game. But not easy.
Not easy at all.
What happened in this game? We didn't see anything. Sorry, I won't do a big analysis, just clicking through. Okay, Erwin went for some quiet maneuvering position. Didn't get much. The record holder of most games played in Wijk, no? Lost a pawn. They got this endgame. Erwin's a pawn down. So he was struggling. 2 pawns down. But he got some counterplay.
And by the way, a draw between Vasil Ivanchuk and Faustino Oro,
Yeah.
as you expected.
Confident performance there by Faustino Oro. Survived the test from the great champion, Vasil Ivanchuk, who's well prepared and held the position. Very good job by Faustino. He's even setting up Ivanchuk's pieces.
Yeah, Ivanchuk is bitterly disappointing that he couldn't get more, because with 8.5 points, you know, he is trailing behind the leaders. Let's just do a very quick status check on Bibi Sara against Max Varmadan, and then also Elina Rebers against Liu Miaoyi, because I'd like to go back to the Gukesh game.
Another exchange up with some pawns running. She played a5, but now, what do you call this? Skewer?
Yes. And how do you get out of that?
You do not.
Okay, so I guess she's banking on a6, but no, but then you can't go a7, rook a5, a4. That's it.
She can, quote-unquote, bail out with this and knight c5 check in order not to lose a piece.
Yeah.
And here, apparently it's winning for black, but I wouldn't be sure with just one pawn and the king so far away.
I guess the thing is that you run. Okay, rook. I guess you go rook b7, and then the black king will immediately run to the king
Yeah,
side.
you keep the pawn, you pick up this one, and
Yeah.
apparently it's winning.
And for Elina Ribas, she's had a really, really rocky ride here. But in this event, in this particular match, this is it. She's doing great. On her way to winning.
How do you win this?
King b5.
Huh?
Next move, rook e7. Yep. There's a nice mating net around the king.
Yeah, king b5 played. Say here.
Yep.
This will be difficult. I was wondering if there's some counterplay with these guys, but it's too slow. I'd say
C7.
takes c7. And white queens first. Elina on her way to pick up her second victory. Miaoui had a streaky tournament, no? Won the first two, then lost 6, then won 1, lost 1, draw, up and down.
Yeah, it hasn't been the start that she wanted. And heading back to the Hans Niemann Gukesh game, because knight f4 we saw was the wrong way to play this. A missed opportunity there from Gukesh. King d6, g4 was tried by Gukesh.
Yes, so in this position, don't ask us why. g4 was winning, but knight f4, king d6, and now g4 is a draw. The question is also, does Hans feel like he has drawing chances, or does he feel like he's just dead lost and they're going through the motions?
Well, wait one second. Okay, so I checked the table base, and it's saying that there's only 2 ways to draw.
Bishop
You go
a5
bishop
or
a5
bishop d2?
or bishop d2. If you were to do anything else, you lose. So let's look at, why is bishop a5? I mean, it's like the most random move there is. Why is this one draw? And it's
Yeah. I'm assuming, knowing this, that you probably don't want to allow knight d3 with the tempo, so we can't go here, or knight e2 with the tempo at some point, so we can't go here.
well, he's played bishop a5.
He's done it.
Yes.
Wow. Just keeping the bishop away from the knight. And if g3, then only move is e6 check. Whoa. Because now it will be too late to bring the bishop back.
Yep. And
Here black wins.
And the white king is not in time to drop back.
Always a race, but here he's not. So only move is e6 check. And why is this a draw? Takes.
King e5.
Say f4.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
What's the only move here? Let's wake up
Let's
the audience.
let's definitely wake up the audience, because this one is
One
very
move not
difficult.
to lose. What do you
Only
play?
move.
They got nothing.
Huh?
Wow, bishop e1 is correct. Only move. If the king comes, then black wins after king f6. But bishop e1
Okay.
just draws.
And now you have to wait with the king.
Yeah, if we go g2, we get blocked. And if king e7, now there are more than one way, but this looks natural.
Yeah. King steps up, king d6, and then king g4.
Move has been played. Knight e6 back. Gukesh not forcing the issue. And once again, only one move to draw. That's the same answer. We can't keep asking the same question. Only move.
So maybe we can look at why bishop to d2 is a loss. Bishop e1, keeping an eye on the pawns. But bishop d2.
And then f4, and if the king runs back, g3. Here's where we're missing the tempo, because we need bishop f2 after g2. So king e4, g2 wins.
Yeah.
While with the bishop here, black is just not in time. And if g2, bishop f2.
Yeah.
If not.
King f3 is coming. Okay.
Shocking stuff, but yeah, currently it looks like Niemann might just survive this. He's played bishop e1.
And so is there any other move that you could do? Knight g5 maybe? Try something else?
Yeah, how to ask a question. Knight g5, I guess here is logical. Or I don't know if it's logical. But this repeats, and if check king d5.
g3?
Somehow.
King e8.
Now this is nice. Only move is takes. Takes, king e5.
Yeah.
And the pawn endgame
Is draw.
is barely drawn.
But it is a draw. Well, all roads lead to the draw for the time being.
Oof.
Bishop e1 played. Okay, so whilst Gukesh is thinking what to do, maybe we go and check in on Vincent as he looks to grind out a win against Van Wyn.
Some stuff has happened. Yeah, this pawn to h5 was played. That looked tempting to break up the pawn chain. Keimer took. Knight check. King forward. The rook enters. As you taught us, rook very flexible. Bishop f6, rook g8. Apparently it's just winning.
Okay.
Also, one rule I know is that knights don't deal too well with flank pawns.
And a result on our screens there from Elina as she wins against Liu Mao Yi.
Good job by her, finally winning another game. Easing the pain a little bit.
Yeah. It's amazing feeling, right, when you have a terrible tournament, but you pull yourself together and you win.
It's one of the good things about chess. No, even if things haven't been going well, you win one game, you always feel okay, at least for that day.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk's still there. And we see Daniel Yufa trying to convert his position.
Yeah. Interesting that Vasil is still there. You would have thought that having drawn, he would be out of there, but he seems intent on following the game of
The first one to arrive, the last one to leave.
That's a man that loves chess.
Dedicated. And what is this? Apparently black is winning. Do we have to count? And king d7 stops the pawn.
Yeah, you can't catch up.
Wins. Looks like Yufa has calculated everything.
Yeah, heartbreak for Carissa there, especially when she goes back and thinks about that missed opportunity. Bishop takes h7. she took a long time to take the pawn on d4, and she just talked herself out of this Greek gift sacrifice.
Yeah, in fairness, this wasn't completely winning, but it did look very tempting. The good old Greek gift. And led to this crazy position where black has to sacrifice the queen and then has to sacrifice a knight later on, or a bishop.
Yeah.
Who knows what is going on, but it looked very tempting for white, while in the game she got slowly
Outplayed.
outplayed a bit, and I think e takes f6 was a big culprit, freeing this bishop. Wow, if she just keeps the structure here, still pleasant for white, but after e takes f,
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a quote-unquote good knight, bad bishop situation, but the bishop is not so bad, and it's also hard to keep control.
Yeah.
So she misevaluated a bit here.
Yes. It's tough when you do that. And Erwin, and just checking the other games, Erwin finding the right way to hold the balance, coming in with the king. Max has is winning, and
Hang
in
on,
this one,
Sulejmani is done. Has he won?
yes, he won it in the style that you highlighted, Jan, putting the queen on h1, allowing white the opportunity to give a double check.
Not afraid of ghosts.
Nope.
Queen e3, rook f2, very pleasing. Cutting this connection. And it's checkmate.
It is checkmate, and with that win, Sulejmani moves to 9 points, sharing the lead.
Not
with
too shabby.
Andy Woodward.
So, who do they play tomorrow? Sulejmani has Ivic with the white pieces. And Andy
has Lamy tomorrow.
Oh! Erwin's white?
That I haven't checked.
I can find out in a minute. So here we have the table. Ivanchuk half a point behind the two leaders. So Erwin Lamy. Oh no, Erwin is black against Andy Woodward. And he still has to survive this endgame, but he played the best move. Very good endgame player, Erwin Lamy. He enjoys it too. Like, he has a database of complicated endgames, and whenever he sees something complicated, he puts in his base. It's a sick hobby, but seems
And for Erwin, he's finding the right defensive moves. Max Varmadan is finding all of the right winning moves against Bibisara.
Max went for this rook b1 business.
Yes. He went for the rook b1 business, and he's doing exactly what we indicated. The rook is gonna keep an eye on the a pawn, and the king, the black king, is gonna head over to the king side and start making some advances.
So he forced this, king e8, knight takes e4. Apparently last chance was knight to a6, but who does that? And now with the king close to the pawn, should win.
Yeah.
Just keep the pawn. h6 played.
But with a bishop against the rook, if you got this position, then it's probably a draw, right?
I wish I knew such things, but I'm not sure.
Well, the problem is that the black king is simply going to be advancing, and you know, with the presence of the h-pawn, that is going to make life very difficult for white. So we are expecting Max to grind that one down, and maybe we go to Vincent.
All right, Vincent also expected to win this.
So the first thing I'll be looking at is going bishop takes knight.
Yeah, simplify.
And then what do you take with?
Bishop takes, so at least we have some checks.
Yeah, so you got to get out of that one. So rook a8 makes a whole lot of sense. And there's a big threat of rook a6.
Yeah, he just has too many pawns. They might not
Right.
be the prettiest pawns, but it's too many of them. So I'd say takes, check, check. King goes somewhere.
Yeah, and now there's
We start.
the c5,
Feasting.
h6, f5. I mean, you're being ruthless there, Jan. Why try and win when you can actually collect all the pawns? I mean, this was
Well,
always...
it makes a lot of sense, no?
Yeah.
It's what Gukesh should have done. First, take everything, stabilize, then queen.
Oh, yeah, that's just rubbing a little bit of salt into Gukesh's wounds there. But yeah, no, it's again, very effective.
Yeah.
Requires
sure
minimal
this wins.
effort. And going back to the Gukesh game,
Oh, but he went f3, now the pawns are blocked. Now it's even starting to look a little more drawish.
yeah, king. So king e4.
Yeah, Gukesh, he tried this knight g5 move. King d5 back, and knight e6. Tried something else, f4, f3. But with the king close.
Can you try to snake the king round to the actions there? Yeah, king g6.
The problem is it can't enter, can it? Like, we wait.
No. Yeah, I don't know, king g5, let's just do that.
Yeah, keep waiting.
And now let's start dancing with the knight. To be fair, any square will do.
Okay, still need to pay some attention. Like this, for example, all of a sudden
Yeah.
is winning again. So complicated, even this. So many subtleties, but
Yeah.
what do you think, Hans? Hans is holding, right?
With perfect play, he is holding.
Will he play perfectly?
On a balanced probability, I think he's going to do it. Because I think the elements are so clear, like you have to prevent the black king from going over to f5, stop the king from getting to h4. And then once you do that, hopefully the draw falls into the hands of white.
The worst thing for Gukesh is he knows he was completely winning, pretty much, for all of the game ever since Hans sacrificed that piece. And having that in the back of your head makes it even harder to try to come up with some last tricks here.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he'd be running through that moment in his head. Why did I go knight takes f4? Like, why was this necessary? Come on, man. I should be getting a break here.
He's less expressive than Bluebaum, but it doesn't hurt any less.
Well, I think this was what they were saying about Gukesh's biggest talent is that he is able to compose himself in whatever situation. Like for me, I would be like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this type of stuff? But he just kind of gets on with the job in hand. And that's a massive strength.
Yeah, it's a big skill. I'm not sure anybody can do it completely, but to sort of forget what you played earlier and focus on the position on the board, he does seem very good at it. Still has to be painful. Yeah.
Okay, so what did we come to a conclusion? So we tried knight to what did we try? Knight g5?
I think we didn't go bishop g3, we were going king e4.
Okay.
And he starts with this, which might be even more precise, not allowing any king g6 business.
And after knight g5, you forced to do e6, because I remember some lines you were absolutely forced to go e6 to get the e5 square for the king.
Not yet, apparently. E6
Okay.
seems fine, but waiting also seems
Okay,
fine.
king g6.
Now it's time. Before the king comes here, apparently.
Okay, you can go king f5.
I'm trying to lose.
Yes, I'm trying to lose. And then here you go knight e6.
Only move already.
Yeah. To fork. And yeah, this is an attempt to lose, I think. Oh, hang on a second, g3.
Yeah, still drawish.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is not a serious attempt. But I was kind of hoping if the knight can give itself up for the e-pawn, and then maybe the king could come round to f4 for black.
Yeah, that's
it's asking a little bit too much.
Asking for a lot, yeah.
Okay, but let's see if we can try to get something like that.
If this check, king comes back.
Yeah.
Knight here.
But isn't king f5 good enough?
Yeah, this is a draw somehow, yeah? Takes. Black cannot win.
Yeah, the knight needs to be on h6. King g3. Saved by the stalemate rule.
This is an important chess position, but I'm assuming Hans would figure this out.
What's he done?
Let's see. Knight f4, king e4 on the board.
Okay, so we have an option. Knight h3 we saw, just king
Yeah,
f5.
king f5 draw.
Knight
h5
Knight
played.
Yeah. You need to move your
All
bishop.
the bishop moves are fine, so let's say here.
Okay. And now king e6.
Wait.
I made some progress. No
Not
progress.
that much, right? Because once the knight moves, there's king f4.
Okay, wait. Let me go king g6, not king e6.
Run.
Yeah. And now knight at g7.
The problem is once this king approaches.
Yeah.
I was gonna say once king f4 happens, it's a draw, but not
Yes.
true. So we have to go e7 first.
Now king h5. King g5.
Just keep waiting, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way through. The bishop's doing a fantastic job on that one diagonal. Yeah. What did he go for?
Let's see. He played king e6. But now just bishop anywhere and no further progress can be made, no? Like once the knight moves king here.
Yep.
Doesn't even look like he can try anything. Bishop back. King f7. Bishop back again. Yeah, he played bishop f2. Ugh. Feels so bad for Gukesh, but it means Hans, with a draw, he still has theoretical chances at least to make a tiebreak for tournament victory.
Yeah, if all the results go his way. Again, a result in Erwin Lamy against Vedant Panasar. That was a draw. Yeah.
Erwin defending.
And Max is very much in control and in charge against Bibisara. And for Vincent, you taught him well, Jan.
Can't take any credit, unfortunately, but he is very good at chess.
Yeah.
Did he take on e7 though? No, he didn't, right?
No, but he's kind of gone for your rook a8 plan.
Simplify. The fewer knights, the fewer forks to blunder.
I'm with you there. I am totally with you there. But okay, rook a6, rook a5, so knight c6.
Plate. But now can we win some material? Rook here. Carissa Yip lost in the meantime. I guess knight check is the only move, not to lose a knight. King goes back. King goes back.
And now your idea.
I just want to take, but not winning material yet.
But surely h6, h7.
Yeah, apparently position is still winning, but no.
Oh, how did I make a mess?
We'll mess it up.
How is?
We somehow allowed this bishop to shine.
Ah, okay.
So what went wrong? Knight d6, king d3, king d7. After takes, have to be cautious. Okay, that's not so easy. So tie-dye is still fighting. Maybe Vince has another chance for check and take.
Yeah. Well, there's no... I guess you could go king d7. No, you can't do that because the king takes f.
Then just takes.
Yes. It's still the same issue.
I know what. I'm blundering knight d4 check.
Oh. Well, that would be a nice study-like way to win this one, and unnecessary as well.
Still some work for Vincent Keimer. Is this smart? I don't like giving up the h-pawn. Here, now here.
Okay, give a check on e7.
There's a lot of targets on the 6th rank.
Oh, hang on a second. I forgot that bishop takes knight. Is that not good enough? Rook a7.
Well, we don't win a piece. I mean, still winning probably, but not as clean as I wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, still some work. Is Gukesh still working?
He's still working hard. Hasn't made a move. It's hands to play.
And draw agreed.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that must be rough.
Yeah.
Hans is saying, why did you give the piece?
Yeah. Disappointing result there for the world champion.
Yeah.
Rushing with that decision to take on f4. But all credit to Hans Niemann, who simply hung on there and showed some great defense. There was that one slip, but it was a very complicated endgame.
Yeah, later on I don't think we can blame them for not being computers. Just in this position, just doing nothing was winning the game without much drama.
Yeah.
But he forced the issue with knight takes f4, thinking this was the direct way, and it turned out this was drawn.
Okay. Well, talking about no more drama, we also have some moves in the Vincent tie-dye Van Wyn game because...
Checking in on Max. Yeah, Max is winning.
Yes.
So...
It's the last remaining game.
This is the last question. And look, he did what I asked for. Take one of the knights. No more troubles.
Yeah. And now we were going rook a8. Maybe rook b8, just to stop this bishop coming to
yeah,
b2.
we did rook a8 after bishop takes. After knight takes, plans have changed. So, any last swindles tie-dye Van can hope for?
He doesn't have too much time.
It's hard to believe. We just wait. White has too many pawns.
Well, how is black going to wait in a constructive way? If you take a step back
Cannot.
with the king, then the white king
hopeless.
comes in. Yeah, and then the h pawn is just so strong.
Does look fairly hopeless. Also, tie-dye Van Win down to 1 minute, which won't change much, but his time trouble also hasn't helped him in this tournament.
Yeah, and are you a big fan of jazz, Jan?
Of jazz?
Jazz and chess.
Nah. I don't like the chess part.
But the jazz, you're down for.
Oh, yeah, bird.
That's exactly what's going to be happening here at the Café de Zon.
All right.
After Vincent
When
ends this
does
game.
it start? Right after the chess?
Right after the chess. Now we can see we still have a few
that
people
means
in the audience. Give you all a wave. And a big thank you for sticking with us.
So we have to wrap up for the jazz guys, or not yet?
No, I think they
waiting.
will wait for Vincent and they can play their music.
Can't start a jazz
the
night
tune.
without Vincent.
Well, the rook goes up.
Vincent also has started dressing like straight out of Talented Mr. Ripley, so he might show up.
Well, it was a winning formula for Sindarov yesterday to dress.
I think they're all just copying Vincent. Vincent was the first with the turtleneck.
And it was very successful, right? You know,
Oh.
it got him to number
again.
4 in the world. Now doing very well here. The h pawn is a runner.
But how do you
The
feel
knight-
about his ring? Because he said he bought it as an accessory and he started winning with the ring, so he kept it.
He kept it, and well, it's worked a treat for him. I'm all down for those superstitious beliefs, but 41 seconds for win, and now the h pawn comes barreling down the board. King g6.
Too many pawns, and
Yeah.
at some point the rook will start hitting some of the pieces.
In fact, that's going to be game over. If you go king g6,
Say
rook
here.
b6,
Oh yeah, here,
and then h7.
something. Yeah.
And that's it. Over.
Knight b4 plate. That allows the king to enter if it wants to. I would just take all the pawns.
Well,
Can still win later. Yeah, there you go.
yeah. And now take on a4. That will
Get
just
rid of these guys, and then we worry about pushing our own.
And for win, losing now what would be 4 games in a row, it really has been tough.
He does take.
Knight c6. Rook a8, rook c6. I mean, white can basically do absolutely anything.
Rook a8 plate. Getting ready for h7, h8, and if the king steps on the 6th rank, there will be pin.
Yeah, there will be a pin. The white king has its choice. It can assist the c pawn. The h pawn is also very far advanced. I mean,
He's going to
anything goes.
resign. No. Knight e7.
Yeah. Well, here it comes. Blockade of 1 pawn, but it's going to be broken. f5, h5. The knight is going to be driven to the corner. There you go. And then the c
Other
pawn.
pawns.
I think it's just... It's
I don't know. I'd be tempted to go
unpleasant.
rook g8 just to make sure. King doesn't come closer, but maybe it's not really necessary. Like,
Well, that's
this looks good enough.
Yeah, it is. It is enough. Nothing
And Vince
to be
also
done.
has this body language, like, okay,
Why are you playing?
we know it's over.
But I think for Win, he's just making the moves. He knows that the result is inevitable. It's just
to be clear,
such-
that's never unfair. Anybody can resign whenever they want or so often. Players have to come to terms with how the game went. So that's never rude.
Exactly. You know, that's the whole thing. You know, for Win, it's just about not just this game. He's thinking about his game against Aravind, his game yesterday, losing 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
Well,
Tempting to make jokes about the win-win situation, but it feels inappropriate.
yeah.
King e6.
Now comes the f-pawn.
It's not exactly a pawn chain, but they will get the job done. And resignation.
Handshake. And for Vincent, with that win, he moves to 7 points. But for Win, the heartbreak continues. Getting a round of applause from our audience. A great showing there from Vincent. Actually, you know, finding that sacrifice, well, not that sacrifice, but that trade to take the game into this imbalanced endgame. And then, you know, again, just playing in a very efficient style, which means that there's 1 game remaining, and that is between Bibisara against Max Varmadan. Max has won the H-pawn, and Bibisara just hoping that the knight can hold the rook and pawn at bay.
Yeah, there's no hope here with the knight fighting against the H-pawn. Just a bit of precision from Max. Put your rook far away. You advance. And then you drive black back, white back further.
1 more.
Eventually, this construction will just crumble.
And that was pretty clean. Can we see that in slow motion now? Because that was beautifully done.
I'm not sure it was needed, but generally, yeah, you just bring the king, and then white is in Zugzwang if he can't stay with the knight on f2 and h3. Wants the knight has to go somewhere else. Now the construction is broken, and this will just win. Like, rook wherever.
Yep. And then the H-pawn advances.
Okay, I should have put it on e3, but it doesn't matter. Like, here.
Yep.
And it's Zugzwang.
Do you actually use that word in
What,
normal
Zugzwang?
German? Yeah, Zugzwang and Zwischenzug. Or is this just simply a chess term?
I don't know. I think Zugzwang is sort of used in non-chess conversation, but I'm not sure if it's in my active vocabulary outside of chess. Also, if you're a chess player, it feels a bit cringe to like use. Let me do this Zwischenzug in a non-chess context. Nah.
Yeah, but I just don't see the use of Zwischenzug in normal speak.
Yeah, no, Zugzwang, there are some situations where you say it like...
Aha, you are in Zugzwang. Has that
Yeah,
ever
I
happened?
can't think of a good example, but yeah. Also, normally it's inappropriate or misused, because normally it means like, okay, you did something and now the other side has to react and they're in Zugzwang, which is technically not true, because normally they could do nothing, which you can't do in chess. So it's not fully Zugzwang, but yeah, that's a common word at least.
It is more common. I think it's even made its way into... No, it hasn't actually, what I'm talking... I'm completely influenced by chess.
Okay, while we're waiting for Max to win, we should do the most important part of the show. The summary of how the Dutch players played. And
I think it was.
I'm tired enough now to no longer be embarrassed about it. So
It was a
let me
relatively
try.
good day. I would. Well, it could have been better. It could have been a great tactic for Anish.
Ja, Anish Giri met zwart lekker Nodirbek gespeeld. En Arvin doet Torg 1 en G4. Heel agressief. Anish later even kijken. Kan hij lekker paardmaal D4 doen. Lopen maal D4 en paardmaal E4. Maar hij heeft het helemaal niet gezien. Doet toren maal H1 en remise. Jorden van Foreest. Goed toernooi van Jorden uit Groningen. Maar vandaag kan Jorden niet winnen tegen Arjun Erigaisi. Het een goede stelling. Maar volgens mij toren. Niet dame D3 en pionnen pakken. Kan helemaal niet. En remise, maar nog steeds een goed toernooi van Jorden. In de B-groep even kijken. Remise van Erwin. En... Oh, Eline Roebers.
Yes.
2 puntjes, maar vandaag gewonnen. Heel goed, Eline. En Max gaat ook winnen.
He's going to win. He is going to win.
Goeiedag.
That much
Goeiedag
is almost
voor Nederlandse
certain.
speler.
So it's been, again, a super exciting day. It's what we've come to expect from Tata Steel Chess. So let's take a look at what actually went down in the Masters. Well, it wasn't 4 victories, but it was 3. And we see that Nodirbek Abdusattorov, with that big win over Matthias Bluebaum, takes the sole lead. Also wins for Vincent Keimer and Yazkan Adomush. So what are the standings going into tomorrow's final round? And here, everyone, clip this one because it is very, very important. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has the lead with 8 points. Half a point behind him is Sindarov, but technically all in with a chance. We have Jorden van Foreest, Hans Niemann and Vincent Keimer all on 7. And these are the pairings for round 13. So remember those 5 names. So for Nodirbek, he plays against
Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. We've seen this movie before, Nodirbek going into the final round of Wijk with the lead. But he did sound very ready, like he learned from the experience where Anish still snuck tournament victory away from him. Arjun, yeah, he didn't look like a world beater in this tournament. Of course, he's in any other tournament. My money's on Nodirbek.
Well, who knows what will happen. Vachier Sindarov has the black pieces against Tie-Dye Van Wyn, who suffered now 4 defeats in a row. Things on paper looking very promising for Vachier Sindarov and for players such as, who was it on 7? It's been a long day. Jorden van Foreest.
Jorden's there.
Yes.
And Hans Niemann is also on 7.
And so for Jorden, he's got the black pieces again against Pragnananda. And for
Jorden.
Vincent Black, I mean, actually, Hans Niemann also playing black against Anish Giri. Interesting. So all of the chasing pack and the leaders playing with the black pieces. Just to add that element of randomness. And we called it, and it was a win for Max.
Good job by Max.
Okay, let's see how that concludes the day's play in the challenges. Getting a round of applause, but here 4 victories. As we see at the top, Max Farmadan did win against Bibisara Asaubeeva. But a win for Aydin Sulemanli and a draw for Andy Woodward. That means that at the top, it is close. Everything is going to be decided tomorrow between Aydin Suleimanli, Andy Woodward. But again, don't discount Vasil Ivanchuk, who, if results go his way, who knows what would happen. It's all going to be decided tomorrow. And do remember that tomorrow's game does begin 2 hours early. So set your alarms, set your timers, do whatever is needed. It begins at 12 p.m. Central European time. Oh, what a day.
It was exciting. Good news for Uzbek chess, but there is the final round tomorrow. See you then.
Yeah, that's the end of the play today, and all roads now lead to the final round. Nodirbek regains the sole lead, but it's only by half a point, whereas in the challengers, 2 players share a lead. Tomorrow, titles are going to be made, so big thank you to our audience here. You guys have been perfect, and a big thank you to everyone at home for following along. We'll see you all tomorrow for the big one.